Hello everyone, welcome to another stream. Hope you're doing well. Zionis, welcome back to the stream. It's been a minute. Troy the Catfish, nice to see you again. Asnex and Jay Moore. So yes, the beginning of my opening does use the Frenzied Flame Prescription Violinist song that I have a little bit overlaid over Gehrman's theme and then Ludwig's theme after that. So I heard a lot of comments that one of the Merchant's songs is supposed to be like Gehrman's theme, but it doesn't exactly work out, I don't think. So, Bella, nice to see you again. All right, so yesterday we watched a couple videos by that guy Glenn, Mad Luigi, and Crunchy. The first was how Elden Ring was made and why the director feels apologetic. It was very good, very straightforward. Then we watched Mad Luigi's Is Elden Ring Worthy of Best Narrative? So we had a lot of commentary about that. And then we finished off with the Elden Ring critique by Crunchy, and we had even more commentary about that and a lot of interesting insights, especially with the idea of subjectivism and comparing Elden Ring's open world to something more like Shadow of the Colossus. So today we'll be diving back into some more standard lore videos with two by the Elden Conspiracy and Smoughtown. First, we'll look at what is the Rune of Destined Death by the Elden Conspiracy. So this was 5 months ago, so it's fairly recent. And then Smoughtown's video on Radagon of the Golden Order from 2 months ago. So obviously, I have very strong opinions about the Rune of Destined Death and even a little bit about Radagon. So it'll be a fun-filled stream, seeing what all tracks and what we can disagree with. But I'm looking forward to both videos. Hope you guys are as well. So, alright, let's go ahead and dive on into what is the Rune of Destined Death by the Elden Conspiracy. Let me turn the volume slightly down. Should probably be good for you guys, unless the music's just really loud.
Welcome to the Elden Conspiracy.
Yeah, okay, I'll turn it back up.
It's mostly about presenting far-reaching theories about the story of Elden Ring. However, this is going to be a somewhat less speculative video than the others I've done, but hopefully no less interesting for it.
Alright, hopefully that should be good volume-wise.
Rune of Death is a shadow that looms large over the story of Elden Ring. Defeating Malekith and unleashing the rune is essential to completing the game. Yet the meaning of this event and the nature of this rune is, like anything else in the Souls games, incredibly obscure. Many theories have arisen to fill in the gaps. It is commonly believed that Marika personally removed the Rune of Destined Death from the Elden Ring and gave it to Malekith. Were the Glomide Queen and the Godskins involved in any way? And what does any of this have to do with the Golden Order? Many others have described the Rune of Destined Death as the concept of death materialized as a rune, and that its removal has distorted the laws of life and death and the transmigration of souls. It is the
I think that's partially correct, but maybe a little oversimplified, because even with the Rune of Destined Death gone, death certainly still exists to some degree, with the Tarnished being the quintessential FromSoft murder hobo, just delivering equality to everyone in the lands between. Hey, Elden enthusiast, welcome in. The unhinged Elden Conspiracy, you love him? Okay, nice. I think this is my first video that I've seen by the Elden Conspiracy, and I almost confused him with your name, to be honest. Ziona says, death does not exist, though. The soul still lives on. So, yes and no, because, I mean, you can kind of rebirth souls if you circumvent the cycle of Erdtree rebirth, potentially with, what's it called? Like the Deathhead Companions, or even potentially the little ancestral followers. So, even with that being said, you might be right that the soul still lives on, and so with Destined Death removed, death might not truly still be in the lands between, but it's very difficult to actually say what is quote-unquote destined death versus like death in general, and we're not actually ever explicitly told, surprisingly enough. Yeah, no, I figured this is just kind of like some general thoughts about the community, not as direct interpretation, so I'm just offering my own opinions right now. Let's go back to the video.
First sin of Marika's regime, an act of hubris for which she and the lands between are paying a heavy price. While I do not necessarily disagree with this characterization, I believe we can be more specific. In this video, we will examine the text surrounding the Rune of Destined Death and connect it to the overall concepts of order and fate in the universe of Elden Ring. About a year ago, when I started my first playthrough of Elden Ring, I hadn't seen the story trailer, which was released as a teaser to hype up the final product. So when I heard Roger's dialogue about the Black Knife assassins stealing the Rune of Destined Death from Malekith the Black Blade, I felt somewhat overwhelmed by the facts and characters being revealed. I had the feeling a little bit afterward that this was all foreshadowing for a future boss or story event, and I wasn't disappointed. But this rune, once we finally get it, is different. Every other rune we acquire, whether a Great Rune, Mending Rune, or generic resource runes, we obtain as an item in our inventory. The Rune of Destined Death, however, immediately explodes into fire, becoming unbound, in the words of the finger reader in the following cinematic.
The Rune of Death is unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate.
Almost as if the rune was an entity, or an event, waiting to be unleashed. Looking more into the origin of this rune, there is an important dialogue from Enya after we are prevented by the roots from entering the Erd Tree.
A forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable.
It's always a little bit funny to me when somebody just has like their voiceover and then it cuts to game audio and it just has like the background music blaring kind of loudly. Yeah, I don't know. Elden Enthusiast says, interesting that it was supposed to be black flames that were supposed to burn the Erd Tree originally. Yeah, there is the cut content that goes along with it, and even Iji's body still kind of burns with black flames despite, potentially being killed by Black Knife assassins who should have the reddish flames of Destined Death imbued into their blades. So, whoopsie on the developer's part. Yeah, but I wonder why they did change it. I wonder if it was more of too much of a pain to create like a consistent black flame. I know Miyazaki said they had issues trying to get Nito's concept to kind of fit his original vision in Dark Souls 1. So I wonder if it's a situation kind of like that, although I'm a little bit confused because there are still like black flames, obviously. So they did get black flames down to some degree. So I think this must have been a pivot in terms of like art direction or something like that. And my suspicion is a lot of the voice dialogues are written and recorded very early in the game's development. So I feel like a lot of item text changes quite frequently, but they try not to change dialogue because it costs a lot more to get recording studios set up, pay the people that work there, also get the voice actors back in, especially if their time is being utilized with other work. So it's just a pain in the ass. So it's probably easier for them to try to get it all right the first time around than having to work with rewrites for dialogue specifically. If it was a mistake, you'd think they'd have fixed it by now. You also feel the Godskins were supposed to have a bigger role originally. They seem the type to do the Black Knife plot. So I know a lot of people think that if there were errors in the game, they should have been fixed by now. But honestly, like FromSoft kind of doesn't really do that quite often. And we can point to a lot of their older games for copious amounts of evidence of that. Like the one that just pops out to my mind right now are just like all of the note descriptions in Bloodborne being a little bit subpar. But of course, some of the questions that come up with that is FromSoft aware of those kind of issues to begin with? So at the very least, they have done quite a bit with the PvP balancing, which is quite surprising for Elden Ring. All right, going back to the video.
Many people have interpreted this as Marika plucking the Rune of Destined Death from the Elden Ring early on in her reign, but this relies on a conflation between the Elden Ring and the Golden Order. Are they really the same thing? The description of the telescope is one of the best wellsprings of lore in the game. It talks about a fate once writ in the night skies, being fettered by the Golden Order. The Golden Order, like the Rune of Destined Death, is hard to define because it is never explicitly described, only indirectly.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy.
Most people, like myself, immediately assume it to be an organization of some kind. But the organization who upholds the GO call themselves the Golden Order Fundamentalists. I'm beginning to think, in light of my recent theory, that the Golden Order being put in opposition to fate is vitally important to understanding what it actually is. So now we have to talk about fate. We'll get back on track, I promise. Fate.
All right, so just to cover a couple things in relation to conflating like the Golden Order with the Elden Ring, to a certain extent, it's very natural that people would do that because we're told both by Ania as well as the Mending Rune of the Death Prince that the Golden Order began by removing the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. So that does show there is a kind of direct tie between the two. However, with that being said, it is ambiguous as to when exactly that happened, and we can argue until we're blue in the face about that, which we've kind of already done a couple times on stream as well as in the Discord.
As it is commonly used in many works of fantasy fiction, refers to a certain preordained series of events, certain things that should happen. An example in mythology is the poem of Oedipus. Our hero is told a prophecy of horrific events looming in his future, in this case by a sphinx or other monster. The hero's efforts to change the future ensure the fulfillment of the prophecy. If we think of fate in this way, that of a preordained, inevitable future, the Golden Order is a divergent future, ordained by Queen Marika. The Golden Order is the new order of events that was not written in the night sky. So when Enia says the Rune of Destined Death was plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation, she means the rune was plucked from the destined order of events. So what sort of future was Marika trying to prevent? When we beat Malekith and unbind the Rune of Destined Death, we do it to burn the Erd Tree's roots so we can enter. The Golden Order was established as a divergent timeline to prevent the burning of the Erd Tree. This event, this prophecy, and even fire itself is constantly mentioned as a taboo in the society of the Lands Between.
Yeah, and I more or less agree with what he's saying here, so maybe the terminology is a little bit arguable in terms of like destiny and stuff, but I don't really think there's too much to object to right now.
Fire magic was considered evil, and so the perfumers saw its usefulness during the Shattering. Brother Corrin was tortured for seeing the Erd Tree burn in prophecy. Even the Candle Tree shield, a design from Elfale, was deemed unholy because it somewhat resembled a burning tree.
And I wasn't going to touch the Elfale thing, but I might. The funny thing to me about the Corrin stuff is that he insists that the Erd Tree is the culmination of perfection and like the heart of the Golden Order, yet he himself is stated or like is said to have prophesied fire within it, and so it's kind of interesting to me like how vehemently opposed he is to Goldmask going to the mountaintops of the giants that has like the Flame of Ruin sealed up there, when his own prophecies kind of foretell it happening. So I think this just kind of goes to show a little bit of the conflict that's present within Corrin himself, because I think deep down he knows that fire should return to the Erd Tree. However, he wants to believe so strongly and so firmly within his faith that it can never happen. He just tries to cling to Goldmask to get the answers that he's scared of finding out for himself. So I think Corrin is kind of a tragic character for that.
The Erd Tree burn in prophecy. Even the Candle Tree shield, a design from Elfale, was deemed unholy because it somewhat resembled a burning tree.
And this design does show up in Elfale and obviously like the Halig Tree Town, but this is also like a one-to-one depiction of, like, I would call them the Candlewoods, or like I almost said Lumenwood, that's totally a Bloodborne thing. The Helfins that you can see throughout the lands between. So technically, these might not be helping trees, but I mean, I think they are, because I don't understand what the difference between a lampwood and a candlewood would be. So I think it's just a little bit more convenient to assume that they're the same. But if they do become differentiated in the DLC, I also wouldn't be completely shocked by that. All right, going back in.
The burning of the Erd Tree looms over America's regime as this inescapable fate that they are trying to hold at bay with the power of sheer belief. But there's another character we have yet to talk about. In cut dialogue from the cutscene which plays after you beat Malekith, the finger reader mentions black flames.
The Rune of Death is unbound. Black flames have devoured the Erd Tree, and the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate.
I believe this was changed.
So I think he may have had like an issue where he noticed like in post-editing that these dialogue files aren't actually in the retail build of the game, but it is a little bit unfortunate that on his like little text disclaimer here that he doesn't say that it was a cut audio. It just says original audio. So that's slightly misleading, although I don't think that was the Elden Conspiracy's intention here.
Black flames have devoured the Erd Tree, and the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate.
I believe this was changed in a patch after the game was shipped. People have differing opinions of cut content, especially as it relates to lore. But I can't help thinking this was a reference to the wielder of the Black Flame, the Gloam-Eyed Queen. If this
And yeah, for what it's worth, it was not in like 1.0 or the unpatched version of the game, because I played through that on stream even and showed that it's the same as retail. Yeah. No, I don't think they're like trying to spread misinfo. I just don't think they knew better. Although they did say that it was cut content, so I'll give them credit for that. I jumped the gun ever so slightly there. Ziona says, cut content can help with themes, but in terms of lore, it shouldn't be used. It's debatable, but yeah, I mean, if somebody doesn't want to take cut content as canon, I can pretty much always respect that because it is cut and it could have been cut for a reason. We just never really know. Although sometimes it can be very useful for trying to figure out what the devs were thinking at certain points in development, and sometimes cut content can still be informative about what's in the retail build of the game. Like in Bloodborne, for example, in cut content, it's made explicit that Gehrman burned down the Hunter's workshop. I think even in the final build of the game, it's pretty easy to come to that conclusion, but some people don't put that together. So besides that, Willem also says that Gehrman was the one that betrayed them. So I think that still is informative of the retail build of Bloodborne as a whole.
This was a reference to the wielder of the Black Flame, the Gloam-Eyed Queen. If this dialogue is insufficient, we can see references in items of Malekith defeating the Gloam-Eyed Queen and sealing her power. Since Malekith is also the one who possessed the Rune of Destined Death, we can conclude, as many other lore hunters have, that Malekith sealing the Rune of Destined Death and sealing the power of the Gloam-Eyed Queen's god-slaying flame are one and the same event.
This kind of has come to my attention more recently that the idea of Malekith sealing the blade could be taken two different ways in terms of literally removing the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring or sealing the blade of Destined Death into his body after Ranni has already stolen a portion of the blade. So I think that's kind of an interesting dilemma to consider because we don't actually know when and how the Rune of Death was removed. I took it for granted for a long time that it should be more or less synonymous with the defeat of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, but technically there is enough room for argument to say that the Rune of Death could have just been part of the Elden Ring and the Gloam-Eyed Queen just drew her power from it, but didn't necessarily control it directly. So a lot of how that fits together will rely on individual interpretation. So at least for now, I would kind of disagree with the point right here, although he's obviously not finished it, and I might be getting ahead of myself.
Glowmite Queen's god-slaying flame are one and the same event. Like the very concept of flame, the Glowmite Queen is completely unheard of in the religion of the Erd Tree. Her name has been wiped from history. So to put everything together, I believe in the fate written in the night sky, the Glowmite Queen was the one destined to burn the Erd Tree. But her power was somehow sealed before she could do so. This created a time paradox.
You changed the future. You created a time paradox.
Or rather, a fate paradox. If that which was supposed to destroy the Erd Tree was prevented from doing so, that would make the Erd Tree, and by extension Marika and her progeny, effectively immortal. This event marked the creation of the Golden Order, a new order of events, to circumvent those written in the stars. The sealed power of the Glowmite Queen became known as the Rune of Destined Death, as in the destined death of the Erd Tree. Because this was the power fated to destroy the Erd Tree, the Empyrean of the Erd Tree, Marika, and her descendants are especially vulnerable to it. This is why the Black Knife assassins needed the Rune of Destined Death to kill Godwyn. This is why we see Dee and other gold.
I don't necessarily know if they're like extra vulnerable to it. I don't believe like the Elden Beast or Radagon take extra, or like the demigods take extra damage from the Rune of Death based attacks. I might be mistaken there, but anyway, I think that's just kind of a minor point. And I would say I don't necessarily know if I'd agree that it should have been Destined Death of the Erd Tree specifically as much as it was just like Destined Death of everything, but that's kind of splitting hairs there. So Zionis said, the problem is with cut content, you have to pick and choose. And Bloodborne, for example, had Mbasa, which opens a whole can of worms if you take it as canon. Yeah, that's kind of a fair criticism. But again, like this just comes down to individual interpretation. Like no matter how you may feel about cut content, somebody else will take it how they wish. I mean, just look at how many fans try to shoehorn the shared universe theory between all of the FromSoft games, you know? So then Scowleezy said, they only count cut content if either was very clearly intended to be in the game or the devs say it can be considered by the community. Yeah, Godwyn's weakness is death. Yeah, I have a crippling weakness to death myself. So yeah, for what it's worth, in one of Miyazaki's interviews, he does say that the power of the demigods' immortality does come from fated death, aka destined death being sealed away. So there is kind of a kernel of truth to what the Elden Conspiracy is saying here, although I don't think that's like the entirety of it. Clown hates the shared universe theory. Yeah, understandable. And welcome back to the stream. I don't remember if I saw you earlier. No. Dr. Zaius, Destined Death, I'm assuming. Welcome to the stream. You're pretty sure that the Destined Death weapons and incantations all do holy damage, so technically the demigods and stuff are super resistant to it. Yeah, that's a good point as well. I don't know how much the Rune of Death stuff scales with like max HP and if that kind of like outweighs things, but I know like Tish is a very good spirit summon. But yeah, that's an interesting point as well. The confusing thing is that you can kill the demigods before unsealing Destined Death. So that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, that death still kind of exists to an extent. And I think the issue is like the Erd Tree supplants everything, pun intended, in that it kind of sucks in the souls and repurposes them for its own designs, perhaps. And you could take the idea of remembrances as like taking the soul of somebody and like literally like engraving it onto the Erd Tree. And so like, even though they're kind of dead, they still sort of exist to a degree. But that stuff is very, how do you say, like, not set in stone. I was going to say nebulous, but I feel like I use that word all the time when talking about the lore here. It's more of a gameplay contrivance. It's like in Dark Souls where killing hollow NPCs will kill them forever despite being hollow. Well, you could always headcanon mental gymnastics that when you kill the NPCs, they like finally give up. Or maybe there's something intrinsic about like the chosen undead, aka bearer of the curse, aka Ashen One, that when they kill whatever they kill, they like take their full life force, but I guess that doesn't really work for like normal enemies. Morgott doesn't seem to actually die until we free the rune. You don't know about the others, though. That's kind of an interesting point. I would think he's dead, but maybe he doesn't actually like fully die until you release the rune. I would need to consider that a bit more. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that the great runes come from the demigods. It's more like they're said to have taken the shards of the Elden Ring when it was shattered. So it's a little bit different. All right, going back to the video.
Golden Order fundamentalists assert the truth of the Golden Order.
Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
They believe Marika's ordained future is more true, more valid, than the future written in the stars. They know in some sense they must act to make it true. So how do we place this event in the timeline? I believe we can by looking at the Black Blade incantation. The emblem behind the image of the incantation itself shows up in few other spells, notably the Elden Stars incantation. Elden Stars is described as the oldest incantation to derive from the Erd Tree. We can infer that, because they share an emblem, that Malekith's Black Blade is similarly old. This would place Malekith's sealing of the Rune of Destined Death very early in the age of the Erd Tree, probably shortly before the war with the Giants. In this theory, it is not necessary to think Marika removed the rune from the Elden Ring herself.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. I'm interested to hear more about that. I think you could also argue that the opposite would be the case, that the sealing of the Rune of Death would make Malekith's Black Blade like the last incantation of its kind. But, of course, all of this is very subjective and very arguable. Siona says, they don't think anyone dies until the Rune of Death is unsealed. If it did, that would mean a noble would be more powerful than Morgott. The demigods stole the great runes from the Shattering. No, yeah, they did. Godric being a shriveled torso getting stomped on for years before he can actually die. That's kind of a funny mental image. Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like there is some aspect of the two fingers that goes on that can kind of give death to things if they're able to control grace and gold to a certain degree. But whether or not the spirit pertains after the fact is questionable. I feel like they just kind of get repurposed. So it's not like destined death, but it's a different kind of death, perhaps.
Or that the Rune of Destined Death was ever within the Elden Ring. In the game, we see many instances of runes having power completely independent of the Elden Ring. It is also not necessary to think the Glowmite Queen was ever a vessel of the Elden Ring. I believe the Rune of Destined Death simply came into being when the Glowmite Queen's power was sealed. The rune we see is the form that it takes when it was separated from her sword.
I'll need to listen to that, but Clown Scum asked the question with, Radagon definitely dies though, no? That's what makes the stars move again. So, you could make the argument that Radagon dies in body, which would allow the stars to get put back into motion, but I believe Xionis and others would be saying that even though their bodies are dead, their souls still exist due to the confines of the Golden Order, so true death has not visited any of the demigods until the Rune of Death is unbound. Dr. Zaius says, they thought Malekith only had some of the Death Rune. Isn't that why he wants to collect all of the Death Rune to collect the rest? Yes. Scaleezy asks, is Destined Death total obliteration? Could probably still have lesser forms of death and reincarnation or something. Yes. So we don't actually know if Destined Death is total obliteration. I do think that's the most likely explanation if we consider that Ronnie got one half of it and Godwin got the other, and then they, in some total, they die in body and soul, but obviously with like the runes fracturing, things didn't quite work out fully, so that way Destined Death didn't like fully kill them. But yeah, I do think it is probable that the Rune of Destined Death would bring total oblivion to whomever it hits. Is there even a reincarnation cycle if the demigods die while Destined Death is sealed, since everything returns to the Erd Tree? Well, it's arguable because you might not need a full reincarnation cycle, and it could have been through the conquest of war that things were being sent into the Erd Tree. So things might not have been dying naturally, and that might have been why we get the one description, which one is it? Over time. That is not what I need to look for. In time? It's probably in time. I can't find it. Embodiment. Okay. So if we look at... Do I have this zoomed in? No, I don't. The protection of the Erd Tree incantation, it says, "In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order," which is very fascinating to me because this would imply that the Elden Ring existed, but it didn't necessarily embody order originally, and it was only through war that it was able to become that embodiment of order. So perhaps America had Godfrey continue his conquest of war, his undefeated campaign, to bring all the souls of the dead under the purview of the Erd Tree. And for those ones that she didn't kill directly, she just told them to like go screw off and not be part of her order, I guess. So, of course, that is one interpretation, and that's kind of more speculation than anything else. Hey, T-Watered Houseplant, nice to see you again. And Calix Datura, welcome into the stream. Yeah, Death in the Lands Between is super confusing. Ziona says, "Rebirth isn't death. We know even the oldest traditions with ancestor spirits, and even when someone dies, they grow. Destined death is death, killing the body and soul." I don't necessarily know about that, because I would argue that death is part of the cycle of rebirth. So I do think you could make the argument that removing destined death stymies the cycle of rebirth because of the poison incantations like poison armaments, poison mist, as well as the ancestral spirit remembrance, which talk about from life there's death, and then from death there's life, and it's all like a cycle, all that kind of stuff. Man, you guys are popping off tonight. I'll probably just need to not read everything, unfortunately. Alright, yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to have to continue the video. But thanks for all the cool comments.
The Glowmite Queen was ever a vessel of the Elden Ring. I believe the Rune of Destined Death simply came into being when the Glowmite Queen's power was sealed. The rune we see is the form that it takes when it was separated from her sword. We also see instances in the game of entirely new mending runes being created.
You know, I never really considered that the Glowmite Queen created the Rune of Destined Death, or the Rune of Death through her death, which, I mean, could make a lot of sense, but if she's an Empyrean, we don't necessarily know if an Empyrean has to die to create a rune like that, and that could potentially separate them from the Tarnished, like Fia and whatnot. So I would definitely need to think about that one more. I don't think like it's a bad theory by any means. I just, I don't know.
Created through sheer willpower. Neither the number of runes nor the number of things that can be turned into a rune are finite. It is fitting that, in the end, it is the Glowmite Queen's power which destroys the Erd Tree. By unleashing the Rune of Destined Death, we are fulfilling the destiny written in the stars, by putting an end to the Golden Order. Still, it is left completely unknown whether this actually fixes or returns the timeline to that written in the stars. Most endings show the continuance of Marika's reign in some form or another, with the player as Elden Lord. If this was the outcome Marika was trying to prevent, then I doubt that she would have taken such drastic measures. Ranni's ending shows an order under the guidance of the moon. Who knows what fate this portends for the lands between? Is the fate written in the stars permanently ruined? Was it a good thing for Marika to defy fate in this way? Leave what you think in the comments. This has been the Elden Conspiracy, signing out.
Oh man, that intro's super loud. Alright, so I think that was a pretty good video. I do have a couple of small disagreements with it. I did like that video, or sorry, the idea that the Rune of Death could have come from the death of the Glowmide Queen, like the way that Thea makes a mending rune and stuff like that, because I hadn't really considered it from that angle before. It can kind of make sense, I just can't bring myself to fully believe it, because I think an Empyrean would be something greater and wouldn't necessarily die from that, but who's really to say? Right, so I went ahead and linked that one into chat if you guys want to give the Elden Conspiracy a like and or a subscription. I might as well subscribe and all that. So now that we've gone through the video, I'll catch up a little bit with what you guys are saying. Calyx said, lately I've been thinking that before Marika intervened, all death was destined death. In other words, everyone eventually dies, but Marika removed the rune and death was no longer destined. Yeah, I think that's very likely, as you just said. Marika decided who died and who didn't, probably via Malekith and his blade. I don't know if it was that simplified. I think they just kind of conquered all of the other lands in war, and so they made destined death go away, but they could have still had death go into the Erd Tree. And one idea that I've had is that if destined death was sealed later on the timeline, could Marika have wanted to go to war with the Glowmide Queen because destined death competed with the Order of the Erd Tree, and that killing things completely stopped souls from returning to the Erd Tree, and so could Marika have wanted a change for that reason? We don't really know. Erd Tree burials are a Golden Order thing. You couldn't feed the tree if your soul also dies with your body. We have disagreements about what the Golden Order actually means, but I digress. What about Rosas? What's his whole deal? Yeah, Rosas is weird. I do think there's a good possibility that the idea of Rosas could predate the Erd Tree, except it's really vexing that the statues of Rosas in some of these catacombs do shine the Erd Tree worship sigil. So not even like the ancient Erd Tree, it's like the more modern version of it. Death is the ending of life. If you continue to live in another body, then it wouldn't be death, right? So it is death to a certain extent, because like, if you think about the ship of Theseus, your attachment to your original body goes away and you're no longer you. You kind of get repurposed into something else, which is kind of like the Scarlet Rot dilemma. So things don't exactly die, but they certainly don't live in a... I don't want to say like a normalized state, but like a good state. And that's why like Mikola probably wanted to get rid of this Scarlet Rot and his sister. The Rune of Death is the complete opposite of destined death. Do you want to elaborate on that point? Because I don't understand where you're going with that one. What did the statue of Rosas look like? Okay, so I'll go ahead and pull one of them up, I think. Should have some saved now. Okay, yeah, here we go. So this is the statue of Rosas. He's got 3 toes. He kind of looks draconic, has this weird briar type helm or crown. And he also points us to the catacombs from places with a kind of grace-like light. But in the catacombs themselves, they shine the modern Erd Tree sigil, and then we have Rosas up here again. Elden Enthusiast says, Marika plucking the Forbidden Rune seems to be an inversion of the Adam and Eve story, where eating the apple introduces the concept of death to the world, but Marika earns her paradise by sealing it. Yeah, I don't know if I'd call that paradise, but yeah. Ziona says, if you look at every other conflicting religion of the greater will, you see that they all deal in rebirth rather than death itself. Only the greater will actually tackles death. I feel like that's kind of ignoring the circumstances of death being removed, because if death was removed, I don't think the other religions and whatnot would necessarily deal in rebirth, because I think death would actually be a permanent thing for like the Great Serpent, and with it consuming its victims, they wouldn't be the Serpent's family quite the way that they are right now. Yeah, no problem, Bella. Calyx says, Marika fundamentally alters life and reality when she intervenes and changes the way that death works. You think she removed the rune from the Elden Ring and changed its shape because of the law? Yeah, I agree with that. That with the removal of the Rune of Death, probably the fundamental laws or nature of the universe were altered, but I don't necessarily think that the Elden Ring is like omnipotent and literally affects like everything. I think it's just extremely powerful nonetheless, which is why the Elden Beast isn't actually like immortal and can be defeated by Mere Tarnished and all that. And Calyx said, because of the law of causality, something has to happen in response. You think this produced the Glowmide Queen? I don't necessarily think that, because you would run into the issue of the Golden Order not being able to exist without the Rune of Death being sealed. So the Glowmide Queen and her appearance and the the Godskin Apostles and whatnot power being drawn from Destined Death kind of contradicts that directly there, if the Rune of Death was already sealed to create the Golden Order. Alright. So now that we're caught up with chat, we'll go ahead and move into the next video. So we've got another long one by Smoughtown, the Elden Ring lore Radagon of the Golden Order video. So kind of related topics today, and I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about as we dive into this one too. So that was the What is the Rune of Death by the Elden Conspiracy. It was a good one. Make sure you give them a like. And here we go.
Over 1 year ago, as we made our pilgrimage into the heart of
Turn it
Leyndell
down a little bit.
and later the Erdtree, we were faced with a stark realization. Marika is Radagon. Radagon is Marika. They are one and the same. The implications this has for the story as a whole is massive, and has been one of the most hotly debated topics within the Elden Ring community. How long have the two been merged? Were they always one being? And why? Radagon is a fascinating character, and arguably is one of the most influential figures in recent Lands Between history. His beliefs, actions, and teachings have shaped the world that we find ourselves in, for better and for worse. He isn't the one-tone character many believe him to be. He is at the core of Elden Ring's thematic identity, and his relation to Marika is perhaps one of the most important relationships of all. Understanding Radagon is to understand Marika and the Elden Ring. So join me this week as we examine the story of Radagon, second Elden Lord and champion of the Golden Order.
So Ziona says the concept of death is completely changed in the Rune of Death ending, which allows Godwyn to live, and it's the only ending that lets Godwyn live. I would argue that's for completely different reasons, in that Fia takes his lively vigor and rebirths it into something different, and he doesn't actually get a soul back. It's just a completely different way that it works. And so if Fia codifies life and death, I think the issue is pretty much exactly the same as Goldmask's ending, and even the Age of Fracture, and Dung Eater. I think all 4 of those endings are actually kind of the same for the most part, with some fairly negligible differences, with Gold Masks arguably being the worst because he doesn't allow anybody to change his version of order afterward. So what I mean by that is if Fia codifies death or life in death after things die, it would just mean that, like the current version of the Golden Order, souls still persist eternally, but they don't get to come back to life, perhaps. And with Dung Eater, he prevents death from going back to the Erd Tree, kind of similarly to the way that Deathroot prevents the dead souls from returning to the Erd Tree, which I think is also what's going on with Fia's ending, because none of these endings really address Deathroot. They just kind of accept it for what it is and continue on like no big deal. No, I'm not saying I'm not saying that he gets his soul back, but I'm saying the kind of life essence within his body gets rebirthed by Fia, at the very least into the rune itself. So he doesn't actually like live in a way that's tangibly different from the way he's kind of sort of living even now. Hey Bella, 1 point to frenzy indeed. If Destined Death is implemented back into the Elden Ring, Deathroot just stops. Destined Death cannot be implemented back into the Elden Ring because the Rune of Death has been fractured by Ranni and been transmogrified partly into Deathroot itself. So that's why I think it's an Age of Fracture. Elden Enthusiast thinks Radagon is noble by virtue of his character, but was too obsessed with his spiritual journey, telling Renala and the kids he was going to get milk real quick. I don't know about that. I don't even think he's really noble by the virtue of his character. There's a lot to talk about with that, so I'll just leave it alone for now. All right. I'll go back into the video for now.
At the onset of this video, I would also like to acknowledge some great content creators whose work has greatly influenced my fundamental understanding of the subject matter that we're talking about today, namely Tarnished Archaeologist, Quailag, Ziostorm, and Last Protagonist.
I know those guys.
I would also like to thank Loki, translator and author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout. And remember that if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. One of the most interesting things about Radagon is how suddenly he appears in the lore, yet already in a prestigious position. The first instance of him appearing in the timeline is during the 2 wars of Liurnia, and we know that he took part in both of these wars, thanks to the description of Barrier of Gold, which reads, "This incantation was used by the champions of the Erd Tree in the First and Second Liurnian Wars, during which the red-haired Radagon joined the heroes' ranks. This was a hard-fought war between the Royal Carian House and the Royal House of the Erd Tree. We know that the Carian Knights led a fierce resistance against the forces of Leyndell, as the Carian Knight Sword reads, "These Knight Swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle." But why is...
This is cut content, but apparently the Crucible Knights were only supposed to number 16 in battle, which is just kind of funny how few, like, elite warriors each side had on the battlefield. But that would also help make sense why less than 20 Carian boys could repel the forces of gold for so long.
Radagon, a character that is never mentioned before this point in the lore, the one who is leading the said champions of gold? This ultimately leads us to the inevitable question that Miriel himself asks: who is Radagon. Well, I would like to state my thesis at the onset of this video. I believe that Radagon has never existed as a singular entity. As long as he has existed as part of Marika. But with that said, I acknowledge that there are two main theories that are valid. The first is that Radagon was his own individual person, a labourer who is descended from the giants. And the second theory is the one that I presented, that he is a being created from Marika herself, and has always been a part of her. And of course this is the one that I'm more inclined to believe. However,
So Morlore said, in the lore, how strong are the Carian Knights? Do you always got the sense that they were on the same level as Crucible Knights, or maybe the Tree Sentinels? I think Moongrum might technically be like the only Carian Knight that we face. So the equivalent of Moongrum's strength, if you like takes power scaling out of the game, perhaps. So magic equals strong. That's a good way to say it. Loretta might have been one. Yeah, she's probably a good guess. And she's definitely on par with like an Erdtree Sentinel for sure. Not strong enough to beat an elevator? Got him.
In this opening chapter, I want to discuss both of these theories, as I do acknowledge there is strength to both of them. So let's explore theory 1, that Radagon was once his own person, who was later merged with Marika. And one of the potential sources for this theory comes from the Brick Hammer. Its item description reads the following: weapon made from an ordinary stone brick, wielded by a labourer who led a rebellion, and later became a champion himself. Even among other bludgeons of its size, this weapon is especially weighty. The strength of a giant is required to wield it. So I think it's hard to deny that you could easily see this as a reference to Radagon, and it could be a hint at his earlier life. The references to a champion, a hammer, and the strength of giants, all terms that can make one think of Radagon. At the time...
Oh yeah, Titan brings up a good point. And welcome back to the chat. That Bulls is a Carian Knight, and he's a troll. Yeah, he's pretty tough too. I guess, yeah, do we count the trolls as Carian Knights, technically? Maybe, because we have the one over by the Eye of Sauron, we have the one in Caria Manor, as well as the one that's kind of like sealed off in one of the Everjails. Maybe, I don't know if they should count or not. Not because like I have anything against them, I just don't know if, racism.
Of the Laernian Wars, Radagon is referred to as a champion by Meriel, and so one could think this is a reference to his time as a champion of the Erdtree. Then there is the Hammer Association. His other half, Marika, also wields a hammer, and Radagon faces off against us with Marika's hammer in hand in the final battle. Finally, there is the reference to a giant's strength, and again this could make us think of Radagon because of the references made to Radagon and giants in the giant's red braid.
I feel like that's a little bit too convenient, because for what it's worth, when you fight Morgott, he does summon a golden manifestation of the brick hammer, or whatever it's called. So maybe, of course, like he doesn't need the strength of a literal giant because it's a fake hammer anyway, but just food for thought, perhaps.
So let's put all that together and present some kind of narrative that could plausibly explain Radagon's origin had he existed as an individual prior to being merged with Marika, and this hammer is indeed referencing him.
Oh wait, no, it isn't the brick hammer. It's like the other one that's kind of made of brick, but it's even bigger. It's like the big boy hammer. Okay, so I'm misremembering. That's why I didn't remember this description. That makes sense. Okay. Disregard what I said.
It states that this person was a labourer with the strength of a giant. And indeed, we know there are humans who are suspected to have been descendants of the giants. The Northerner appearance preset reads, "A face found among the hard people of the unforgiving north. Some say they are descended from giants." So plausibly we could say that Radagon was one of these people, a Northerner suspected of being descended from the giants. But his potential lineage was even more clearly on display, not just via his strength, but via his red hair, the red hair of the fire giants. As described by the giant's red braid, Radagon supposedly hated his hair because of the association with the fire giants, and we can presume it's because he didn't want the stigmatism of being associated with the Erdtree Society's greatest enemy, and the fact this character is referred to as a labourer maybe implies that he is more of a lower class, maybe because of his heritage, though we are just speculating and riffing here. This hammer is found in Stormvale, a fortress of Godfrey's people, and perhaps Radagon began as a lowly labourer in this fortress, under the people who conquered and enslaved his giant ancestors.
So Morlord did bring up the description that says, it's called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore, so they're called into service, blah blah blah. The trolls are treated as true knights of Karya and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. So yeah, I think there's a good chance, but I also wouldn't be surprised if, like, they're just seen as equivalents of the Knights of Karya, but aren't actually, like, truly considered Karya Knights, which I know does kind of seem like it would contradict that item description. I just wouldn't be surprised if FromSoft screws us over in additional content, is what I really mean. Tony Pepperoni, welcome back in. You think the hair of the Northerner hints at more of Godfrey being a descendant of the Giants? Is that because Northerners have gray hair? Maybe I just kind of zoned out a little bit too much. People also speculate that the hammer is describing Hugh. Interesting. There are more Lane-Dull Knights than there are Erdtree Sentinel Knights. True. Morlor wants Radagon to be part giant, so that way it can help explain Radon being that big. There are other explanations as to how that could work, but... You want to know if Radagon even used a hammer when he fought in Liurnia, since he's using Marika's could just be because that's what was on hand? Yeah, I never really gave too much thought about what Radagon would have been using before the ending. I would assume it would have been Marika's hammer, but I guess maybe not. Obviously, Marika's hammer as it exists now wasn't how it was then because it didn't have like the shards of the Elden Ring in it. But he might have used a sword because Renala gifts him a sword, or she could have just like gifted him a sword and not even realized that he doesn't use them. Maybe that's why he left her. Who knows?
And he was reduced to this position because of his apparent ancestry, and thus he learned to loathe his red hair because it was the source of his poor treatment. The Brickhammer also describes that this person led a rebellion, and so this labourer, Radagon, could have led a rebellion and uprising of other people who were being maltreated under this order. We don't have any further information than that, apart from that at some stage he became a champion, perhaps recognised and rewarded for his courage rather than punished. While I do find this narrative quite compelling and exciting, I am still of the opinion that Radagon was most likely never an individual himself, and is simply the male aspect of Marika, a persona created upon her becoming a god, and a result of the Elden Ring's influence, which she is a vessel for. There is of course the possibility that this hammer isn't a reference to Radagon at all. It is found in Stormvale, a location that has absolutely no association with Radagon usually. When I discussed this subject with Loki, they suggested that the reference of giant-like strength is more likely an allusion to the earlier age that Godfrey lived in, as the Giant Crusher uses a similar language when describing people of this earlier period.
Yeah, and this was the weapon that I was confusing the brick hammer with earlier because they look very similar. I mean, that versus that. I should have remembered that the Giant Crusher has like this, like the two little semicircles on it. Not that big of a deal though.
As it reads, after the giants were quelled, and man turned against man in violence, this weapon was all but forgotten. Man has grown feeble in comparison to his forebears. So there is a good chance that this hammer, the Brick Hammer, is merely referencing an unrelated rebel of this period, when people were simply stronger. In addition, the reference to champion, found in the Brick Hammer's description, may not be as strong as initially thought, Again, I referred this to Loki, and in the original Japanese, the term used for champion, Eiyu, is quite generic, and is used numerous times in the Japanese script.
Yeah, and that was going to be one of the criticisms that I would have had against this idea, although it doesn't mean that this idea is wrong, that if you want to insist that the kind of champion that Radagon is synonymous with the one in the Brickhammer, I feel like it's a little bit of a selective reading because it does discount all the other times that terminology does appear. But like I said, that doesn't totally discount the theory, so going back to the video.
To name but a few, it is used in relation to the Zaymor, who are named as heroes of the Great War in the same language, the champions that Margit fought via his cloak description, and in the Beast champion armour as well. So it is a fairly generic term, and thus is quite likely just a hammer, referring to an unrelated rebel hero of Godfrey's time.
And just to like give another example of the weird way like some titles get used is when we look at like the Lord's rune, it says that it belonged to a person who should have been Lord in the past, meaning potentially Elden Lord. So it's not as though the only references to like champions or lords is meant to be a reference to like Radagon or Godfrey. So that becomes kind of annoying trying to keep all that stuff in mind. So Tony Pepperoni said they think Godfrey is inspired by the Irish character Lou partly, and the giants are the Fomorians, especially Baelor and his Death Eye. Lou is a half Fomorian king. Yeah, there's a lot of potential ties that we could make to mythology, and I just try to be really skeptical like of a lot of these claims, because I feel like there's just too many overlaps with almost anything you want to take a lens to. So like America is often compared to Jesus because like the crucifixion allegories. And then I would also say that you could compare her to like Odin for the same kind of like crucifixion stuff in like the heart of a tree, well, or like next to a tree. And from America's crucifixion, she could have gained power of runes like Odin did. But I mean, that stuff's all super arguable, and I don't think anything truly fits one-to-one. So they might have just been broader inspirations. And if so, I don't know how much we should take those references into account. But yeah, no, I appreciate the sentiment that you're bringing up there. Morlor thinks the hero of Morn should be a little bit more of a thing, maybe. Titan said, something weird about the golden spectral giant crusher and the urge steel daggers is why do they exist? Sorceries have Karian swords and Haima hammers, but incants only have the black blade and lance axe glaive. If you want your mind to be blown a little bit and to be a little bit exasperated, I'll point out to you that Morgott can also summon a Carian Knight Sword for his attacks. It's just weird the manifestations of magical weapons seem to be something that the Academy/Carians do, but Morgott has them. Yeah, as I just said, he literally can summon a Carian Knight Sword. It even has like the blue glintstone in it in his golden projection, which is kind of really ironic. And yeah, as Ask Next says, like, something like a Kukulane could fit Radagon more, and I probably butchered the pronunciation. He's a tragic hero bound by honor to an impossible task with nothing but good intentions. Well, I feel like that line right there just kind of shoots Radagon in the foot. He also summons the tree spear. True. Enemies having things the players can't use. Look at the teleporting wandering nobles. Actually, Elden Ring has very few things that the players cannot use. I think the only one that really pops into mind right now is the little daggers that the Nox Night Maidens use. I'm trying to remember if there's any other weapons that we don't have access to. I can't think of it. Maybe chat will.
I will leave it up to you to decide what is your truth. But with that said, I would like to discuss my main theory. That is that Radagon has always been a part of Marika, born from her soul due to the influence of the Elden Ring. That is what I will argue for the majority of this video, but please bear in mind that even if I accepted that Radagon was once an individual, I would still argue that he became part of Marika before his marriage to Rennala, and you will understand the reasoning why as this video continues. So a good starting point for my main theory, that Radagon was born of Marika, is the giant's red braid, which reads the following: "Every giant is red of hair," and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. Again, for clarity, I don't think when it says perhaps this was a curse of their kind that it's suggesting that Radagon was a giant. Rather, I believe that it's saying that the red hair is a curse of the giant's kind. And to clarify the intention of this, Loki was kind enough to provide their translation of this item from the original Japanese, and that translation reads as follows: "The giants all uniformly have red hair, and it is said that Radagon despaired at his own red hair. Was it a giant's curse?" What is interesting about this...
Yeah, and I think this got brought up in one of Smoughtown's other videos, but I can corroborate what the Japanese says here as well, that it is more ambiguous as to that final line, and it makes it sound as though the giants cursed Radagon, and that's why he has red hair, rather than Radagon being part giant and therefore having red hair.
This item description is that it implies that Radagon was aware of the fire giants, and if he hated being associated with them to have such strong feelings about it, of hatred, then he must have been close to this event somehow. In my discussions with Loki, they suggested that Radagon's hatred for the giants might be second-hand, and that it comes from Marika, his progenitor.
Yeah, that's kind of what my take on it would have been, and I have wondered whether or not the giants cursed Marika with their final dying breaths, and she may have taken that curse and siphoned it into a specific part of her, and that might have been where the creation of Radagon came from, and it might also tie into why Radagon might have a kind of will that's a little bit different from hers. But obviously that last part especially is very heavy speculation, and we just don't know. We never know in Elden Ring. The Starcaller scythes are unobtainable? The Mad Pumpkinhead hammers? Oh, yeah. Like the little flails. I forgot about those. Tea-watered houseplant says they interpret the curse as society discriminating against people with red hair, and that being akin to a curse, not a literal curse. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like it might have been a literal curse, but curses are handled very loosely in Elden Ring, and so it becomes very frustrating to try and figure out what it all means sometimes.
And other half, and I totally agree. Indeed, Marika clearly does have a hatred of giants, as is evidenced by her pre-battle speech on the eve of the War of the Giants.
Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life.
And we see this hatred in her cruel treatment of the final fire giant, as the giant's remembrance reads the following: "The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity." So
I've wondered whether or not the reason Marika didn't kill that last giant is if by keeping that giant alive and the fellow god of ruin in that giant's flames, maybe that would keep that god contained to that being, and if it were to die, maybe the fellow god would have another avatar spawn in the world somewhere, which Marika wouldn't be able to track. So I guess a kind of reverse Avatar, the last Airbender story, or Korra's story, or even the Dalai Lama. And I wonder if that's why the Scarlet Rot became manifested into Melania, because even though it was sealed elsewhere, it might have been defeated and just kind of came up with its new avatar through her directly. I don't know though. Tony thinks that Radagon's red hair comes from from Marika's contact with the Flame of Ruin, as seen in the Crucible statues. And yeah, as you said, that's headcanon, but that's another way to look at it, that Radagon could be potentially related to the Flame of Ruin and its sealing, but as always, we don't know.
Marika brutally slaughters the giants,
And also, hey,
leaving
Stella.
one amongst the graveyard of his people for an eternity of torment. And it is one of the cruelest acts of Marika's reign that we learn in her lore. Would it then not make sense that Radagon's intense dislike of the giants comes from his other half, Marika, that her hatred coalesced into Radagon and resulted in him having an innate revulsion for the giants? But is this when Radagon came into being, at the end of the War of the Giants, not only tinged by a hatred for them, but also touched by their pigmentation? My gut feeling is that Radagon was created, or came into being, when Marika became a god, when she became a vessel for the Elden Ring, and he is a product of its influence, and I will explain why in the next chapter. But before we do so, I want to start by discussing some of the other common theories surrounding Radagon, and this is not to say that I am 100% right, and please leave your thoughts below. Rather, I just want to lay a more solid foundation for this discussion. The most
Yeah, I just want to express appreciation for Smoughtown consistently going out of his way to kind of set up these kind of theories as being like more headcanon, or stating clearly what is like more speculation and how much of this stuff is ultimately unclear. And it is a little bit vexing just how many of us like content creators kind of keep having to reiterate all these points that we don't really know. And I feel like this is kind of a larger problem in Elden Ring than some of their other games, which isn't to say that it didn't exist, but man, do they really lay it on thick in Elden Ring.
common theories that I see is that they became one, Radagon and Marika, when they married, or that they merged during the shattering of the Elden Ring. Both these theories posit that they were both different individuals that became merged during a certain event. Like I have stated, I don't believe Radagon was ever his own person. To me, he is a reflection of Marika, the god, and thus I don't accept that they were two individuals who became conjoined. Firstly, the theory that they became one during the shattering of the Elden Ring is centered around a certain dialogue, a dialogue that Melina recreates for us in the Queen's bedchamber, where she says the following:
O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Many interpret the line
Yeah, we've been talking about that one a lot more on the Discord lately. I have a lot of thoughts that I'll share about it, but I'll probably just wait for Smoughtown to bring up his ideas, because I don't want to step on his toes right now, especially if we just end up kind of repeating each other. But Drew Wang, welcome back to the stream, and also welcome back, Stella, if you didn't hear me before.
"Thou art yet to become me" to mean that they were separate people who were soon to become one. And yet I've never read it that way, and people who argue this theory also overlook another line in this speech, where she says, "Let us be shattered, both, mine other self." Radagon, to me, is already her other self at this stage, and the reason she says, "Thou art yet to become me," is because they are still two separate personalities, able to distinguish themselves from the other despite sharing a body, and ultimately it is Marika who is the dominant form, the god form, not Radagon. And
So apparently one reason that line tripped people up is the English saying that mine other self makes it potentially sound as though Radagon is in his own body and Marika is in her own body. However, the Japanese for it, maybe we talked about this on stream the other day, maybe not. It was definitely in the Discord like the past week or so. Hey guys, join the Discord. In that Lieutenant and Marika use... No, I'm pretty sure we did talk about this on stream, because I feel like I pulled up my spreadsheet and did the exact same thing here. So when we look up the term Hanshin in Japanese, which is correlated to other half in what they use in English. Okay, we're at 150. This is America's line, like, hey, let us be shattered together, my other half, rather than my other self. So I think my other self is a perfectly fine localization. It's just has the potential for people to get confused with it. And then that's Alexander. Okay, when we get to Latenna, she says, was my other half not enough? Yeah, so that's the English localization, and the Japanese is, you've already, stolen my other half from me, essentially. So, apparently people took that other self thing to mean Radagon had his own body at this point, but I think that even if you want to argue the semantics about that and want to insist on it, I do believe there are other reasons to strongly believe that Radagon and Marika must have been wed in one body well before the shattering, and I'll get into that a bit more if Smoughtown doesn't cover it here. Titan says, you've always thought they were one and then they physically split and then rejoined. That is another popular idea. I don't want to say that one couldn't happen for sure because it's just open to interpretation. Drew Wang thought that they always shifted back and forth and got up to 3 companies style shenanigans. Yeah. Stella says, my other self does not make them sound separate. In your opinion, classic English semantics. That's just how it rolls sometimes. Okaman, welcome back in. You said that other half sounds like it could be interpreted as what I'd say to the person you're married to. Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it, like my better half, which is kind of what Latenna and her dialogue gets localized into English. She calls Lobo her better half, I think. I just looked at it and I've already forgotten.
That is what she is chastising him for here, but we will get into that shortly. Again, clarity on this matter can be found in the original Japanese.
Hey.
And thanks to Loki, we have access to it. In Loki's translation of this speech, what I am implying is a bit clearer, and I quote that translation now. O Radagon, dog of the golden regulation, you are still not me, still not God. Still not God. I think that still is an important qualifier, again implying that despite them sharing a body, and Radagon having gained power and influence, it is Marika who is the God form, not Radagon. I also think that Marika and Radagon were one even before they got married, before Radagon became second Elden Lord. My main reasons for believing so are what I see as quite blatant hints surrounding the lore of his marriage to Rennala that lead me to conclude that he was already one with Marika, at least as far back as his first marriage. So let's discuss it. The first thing we need to consider is the very purpose of Radagon's marriage to Rennala.
Alright, I don't know if Smol will get into it, and he's kind of going off on a different tangent right now, so I'll just kind of complete the thoughts that I was having earlier. But before that, I wanted to welcome in Bizarro Zod. Welcome to the stream. First time seeing you. And Zero, welcome back to the stream. Nice to have you again. Bizarro thought that Radagon was nothing before the Curse of the Red Hair, and that's why he returns to nothing after you defeat him. And even though you didn't bring this up directly, I have wondered whether or not the Curse of the Red Hair that afflicts Radagon could be related to what's going on with Melina, and that once they're defeated or the Elden Ring gets claimed or whatnot, that the curse could get lifted, and that might be why Melina's hair goes from being this pinkish color to a more jet black version. So maybe there's something similar going on with Marika and Radagon, that once he gets defeated, the red portion of her hair goes away, and then she kind of returns to being a statue lady. I don't know. A Jekyll and Hyde scenario? Yep. She didn't talk to Godfrey like that, so it's not a marriage thing. We don't really have a lot of... I don't think we really have private discourse between her and Godfrey specifically, whereas I would say like the bedchamber dialogue is more private. Everything else with Godfrey seems to have been done in a public setting, so maybe that could affect things, but you might be right nonetheless. Curses are shared biologically with the Omen twins, so when he dies it goes away. Maybe. Asnex said, they have one hypothesis. When Marika made Radagon, she didn't just put her hate of the giants and red hair in the curse. She put the chains binding her to the Elden Ring and greater world onto him. I don't necessarily know about that because she still kind of becomes the vessel. I do think it's possible, this is like super speculation, that Marika could have left her body and left Radagon alone when they like shattered, but that could tie into what you're saying, so I think there's definitely room for arguments there. You think the GED? I'm assuming you mean GEQ, the Glow-Eyed Queen. GED is just really funny. You just got your diploma. Could be a mixture of Lilith, Eve, and Morrigan from Irish mythology. And Tony's crackhead canon is she's Melina, the daughter of Placidusax and Marika, also the twin bird. Yep. It's definitely a crackhead canon. That would need a lot of elaboration to set up. All right, so what was I saying about these? Oh, yeah. So I think when people want to believe that Radagon and Marika became one body after the shattering, they fail to take into account when Miquella and Melania should have been born on the timeline, because for the Shattering War to happen as it does, I think you would need to establish a set amount of time for Miquella and Melania to have matured, relatively speaking, and like create their armies and all that, to be able to claim the shards of the Great Rune in the Shattering War. So, if Radagon and Marika became one, and they weren't one before that, I don't think that leaves enough time for Miquella and Melania to be born. So, with Miquella and Melania being born of a quote-unquote single-person god, this implies to me that Marika and Radagon were of one body, and so this must have happened earlier than in the timeline than the Shattering. So, sorry for being a little bit redundant there, just trying to make that point very clear as I can. So, alright. I'm going to go ahead and go back into the video.
The reasoning behind the union is given to us by the relevant sword monument, which reads, "The Second Liurnian War, no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon, no prize but atonement, the birth of a vow." So this war clearly resulted in a stalemate. The mighty armies of Leyndell clearly unable to break the defences of the magically supported Carian forces. Instead, an alliance is formed between the two, as is told to us by Meriel, who says,
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day.
So what am I getting at here by presenting this quote? Well, again, I do have to give Loki credit for making a keen observation in our discussions regarding this video. And the point that they raised was, why is Radagon a representative of the royal house? If he is a random champion, then how does his marriage to Renala join these two royal households? To me, the reasoning is clear. Marika is Radagon, the most royal of blood. For if that is not the case, and they were individual people, then what relevance does Radagon have to this marriage?
I think those are some very good observations, but of course it could be arguable that like Radagon could have been a child of Marika or like a descendant to some degree. Obviously, I don't think that really works in the grand scheme of things, but it could be argued by somebody who I don't think they would have like full faith in that argument, because if we consider like royalty even in real life, trying to think of like a lower class noble, like a baron could get married into the aristocracy of another country, and like you could say like the houses get joined that way. But of course, it would be like a little bit of a weaker marriage, and I don't think that's what they're actually trying to imply with Muriel's dialogue here. But nonetheless, I do think that's a really good observation on Smo and Loki's part.
Is he binding the two houses together? And this was a nuance that Loki brought to my attention by suggesting that perhaps Radagon was presented as a cousin to Marika, or else another minor royal, but this is a cover, of course, for his true identity. The point being, we don't get any reference to Radagon's relevance to the royal family, or...
Oh yeah, and that also brings up a good point of, even if that's a cover story, that's still kind of what Muriel believes, so it's kind of sort of still even believable within the confines of like this game's universe, that a minor noble or whatnot of the Erd Tree would have had ties strong enough to connect the House of the Full Moon with the House of the Erd Tree. So, maybe it's not as strong as an argument as we might initially think. I don't know though. Yeah, and there were a lot of demigod relatives of Marika kicking around. I think technically you could say like, oh, the wandering nobles should be considered like demigod descendants, and maybe demigods themselves, but they certainly lack a lot of that power seen in the big boys, don't they? And am I suggesting incest? No, it's me confirming self-cest with Radagon and Marika. A general is important enough that his marriage would stop a war regardless of his relation to the goddess? Maybe. Demigod does not equal shardbearer. True. Well, yeah.
Being, we don't get any reference to Radagon's relevance to the royal family, or why he is so important. He just is. He just appears at the head of the Leyndell army one day, as Muriel specifically says that Radagon was at the head of the Leyndell army. So who is this guy suddenly leading the forces of the Erd Tree in an important conflict? I've always found it very stark that he just kind of appears at the head of the army at this point in the timeline. We get nothing about his position, who he is, whether he's a general. We get nothing of his backstory or the lead up to this moment. Aside from that, we also have to consider...
There is something in the Japanese that says, like, this is when Radagon became a champion, I think. I think it might be on one of the sword monuments, but I don't exactly remember off the top of my head. So, yeah. Anyway, that still just kind of, like, goes into Smoughtown's point that, like, Rads just appears.
Consider Muriel's account of how the Liurnian War came to a close, as he says,
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen.
So Radagon repented his territorial aggressions. What right does Radagon, a mere champion, have in order to make such massive political and military decisions? Why is he the one that decides that this war can end, and that the royal family of the Erd Tree can incorporate these moon worshippers and make an alliance with them? Indeed, Muriel even pointedly questions the importance of Radagon.
The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Why, out of all the potential suitors in the world, was Radagon a mere and seemingly random champion chosen, especially when he was already in an important political marriage? The question posed by Muriel is too heavy-handed and pointed to ignore, and serves no other purpose than to have the player question Radagon's identity. If you believe that Radagon only became merged with Marika later, either via marriage or during the Shattering, then this question posed by Muriel serves no narrative purpose. The suspicion planted into the player's mind is further inflamed by Muriel's following remarks that come just after this question, where he says,
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbours his secret too.
This secret is obviously that Marika is Radagon, given that Miriel is referring to the statue in Leyndell that can shift form between Marika and Radagon. This is obviously the skeleton in the closet. While of course the sculpting of the two-form statue was carved after their marriage and Radagon became Elden Lord, the fact that it is said in the same breath as Miriel's prior statements on Radagon's identity suggests that this is the answer to why a mere champion was chosen to be Elden Lord, because Radagon was Marika even at this time. Indeed, there is further sources of potential evidence that Radagon was already Marika during his first marriage to Rennala. One strong bit of evidence for me comes from the Mask of Confidence, the masks worn by the preceptors of the Carian royals.
Yeah.
The item reads the following.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I wondered even if Rennala knew to a certain extent.
When Radagon married Rennala, he ordered the Carian magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. Preceptors, as we know from their armor set, are astrologers and sorcerers who attended the Carian royals, their name of preceptor implying that they probably tutor younger members of the family, interpret fate, and advise the royals. At least that is my interpretation of their role. Again, I find this a very unsubtle nod to Radagon's great secret. Yes, it could simply be a case of a leader wanting his political dealings kept private, but it's also disingenuous to say that there isn't a pattern forming around lore regarding Radagon. There's always a reference to a secret, or there are questions about his identity. And for me, most clearly, this Mask of Confidence is another nod towards Radagon's true identity, and that the secret that these preceptors, close advisors to Rennala, were keeping was that Radagon was Marika, as they will have witnessed the truth being so close to the royal family. There is one final piece of evidence that leads me to believe that he was part of Marika even at his time of the marriage to Rennala, and this is the Amber Egg. Again, this artifact, one that Rennala holds tightly, is something that Miriel comments on.
Oh no, I hate the Amber Egg. It's such a eyesore in terms of fitting it into the lore. We were just talking about this one a lot on the Discord earlier in the week too. A lot of talks about Radagon, Mikola, Melania, the Amber Egg, and the Golden Order recently.
In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone, cradling the Amber Egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her.
This Amber Egg, this artifact, is a rune from the Elden Ring itself, as the description of the Great Rune of the Unborn reads, Amber Egg clutched by Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, Great Rune of Unborn Demigods. So again, the question needs to be asked, how did Radagon, a mere champion, manage to procure a fragment of the very Elden Ring as a parting gift to his first wife?
To be fair, even though we can use this... Wait, I would need to think about this a little bit more. Alright, so take what I say with a grain of salt right here. It might be arguable to say that this great rune of the unborn demigods could have not initially been part of the Elden Ring, and it could have been created later, because if this was part of the Elden Ring and it was in Radagon's possession, we have to question when it was removed from the Elden Ring, because obviously him leaving Rennala predates the Shattering by a large margin, and if he hadn't become Elden Lord, he definitely wouldn't have already mended the Elden Ring, at least not directly then. So is this rune removed from the time when Marika and Godfrey defeated the giants and created the Age of the Erdtree? Potentially. Or it could have just never been part of the ring at all. So I'll need to rethink of whether or not this counts as a shard of the Elden Ring that came from the Elden Ring itself on the Shattering. I don't remember if there's anything that says like all of the shards that we get came from the Elden Ring specifically, but I might be wrong there. Amber Egg is the rune, and the rune is in the egg, and the rune is in the player's inventory, while Renala has the egg. Perfectly simple. So I think the rune was in the egg initially, and then the Tarnished steals it, and then we like leave the actual egg with Renala, but we still have the rune. Hey, El DeGusto, nice to see you again. If Renala knew Radagon was Marika, then that could mean Renala knew about Ranni's plan, and that could also implicate Marika in the Night of the Black Knives. Yeah, I think there are reasons to implicate Marika in the Night of the Black Knives, but yep. You all know how that goes. She certainly isn't making any more sweetings after we take it. So it's arguable because she can still transform Bach and even potentially Selen, depending on how you feel about that. It could have been a mistake on Selen's part that caused her to become the Seed of Stars, or it could have been Renala being like, you just put me in the corner of the room, you didn't get rid of me. So she just rebirthed Selen into a Seed of Stars. But, of course, that's like super speculation, and I'm just kind of like poop posting right now. Ania says your rune is a handsome fragment of the Elden Ring if you have it in your inventory. But okay. If you get it before Godric's. Yeah, and that's one of those things where I wonder if it's actually supposed to be lore or just a little bit of dev oversight. Obviously, I think we should lean more into the idea that it's lore, that they didn't have like a specific dialogue. Well, I don't know, because even if you don't kill Godric, Gideon's like, oh, I'm sure you know that one well already, like what happened like Godric in his Great Rune. So there are a couple instances of dev oversight, I think. But that's a good point as well, Dr. Zayas.
Well, the most obvious answer to all of these questions I've posed is that Radagon has always been Marika. Marika being the only person who could feasibly access the Elden Ring and provide Renala with a Great Rune fragment of it. If you disagree with the assessment, please let me know your comments below with your reasoning. I always do enjoy discussing lore with the community. And
so one reason why I would just disagree, at least with that part, is because if the Elden Ring was altered during the Liurnian Wars, we don't have any indications of it, and that's kind of really problematic to me, and it might not be as problematic to some other people. So it could have been that Marika was holding on to the shard ever since like the war against the giants, but we just don't really know. And maybe Radagon could have gotten it later. Just to give a completely different take on things, there might have been something like a Tarnished who created that shard similarly to how the Mending Runes are created, and Radagon could have just gotten that himself. Or maybe he's even able to produce those kind of shards as the Elden Lord or Marika did as the god of the order there. Maybe it was the Blood Star? I don't know about that. We think a lot about what the Amber Egg is, but not a lot about why Radagon and Marika gave it to her. So I've wondered whether or not Radagon wanted to be reborn on his own to be quote-unquote... Whoops, that was my fault. If he wanted to be complete, and so he needed a rune that would give him like a complete rebirth. And that could have been like him like taking more control of the body, but it's so vague, and I've wondered whether or not like the Celestial Dew has anything to do with it. With it meaning like Radagon's kind of a streak of independence from Marika. It could have started with the Celestial Dew baptism. It could have started potentially with like him trying to be reborn with Renala. Although like wouldn't Marika have been aware of it? It's all very, very arguable. What if the Rune of the Unborn wasn't in the Amber Egg when it was given to Renala, and then when the Shattering happened, it went there? That's a very good potential explanation, but no matter what you think about the Amber egg and its rune, it's very problematic because it doesn't exactly have its own set of two fingers, or maybe it's supposed to be Ronnie's. We have kind of Ronnie sort of inhabiting the amber egg, maybe, potentially, depending on how you think about her appearance in the Renala boss fight and like the mist coming out of that egg. It's just so odd in placing in the timeline, as well as like its interactions between so many different characters. Do you think the Sweetings are Renala trying to rebirth Ronnie? It's a little bit weird. All right, let's go back to the video.
So to return to the thesis of this video, I don't believe that Radagon ever existed as his own individual. But that also doesn't mean he isn't his own individual character that had his own goals and aims and philosophy, which clearly was the case. But ultimately, the big reveal of the two-form statue in Lane Dell and its message is that Radagon is Marika. They aren't two different people, they are the same being. Two different personalities of an immortal Rebus. A being that...
And he did kind of mention it offhandedly that Marika is Radagon, but he didn't like bring it back to the Japanese, which I don't blame him for, so I'm just going to reinforce this idea now that the Japanese for this kind of reveal here is more along the lines of that which is Radagon is Marika, meaning like Marika is Radagon, rather than the potential idea that Radagon would go on to pilot Marika. It makes it sound more like Radagon is the mech suit and Marika has always been the pilot, if you like that kind of crude example.
That is simultaneously both male and female. Both he and Marika are distinct personalities, or halves, of the same being, constituent parts of an immortal Rebus. But what is a Rebus, and what can it tell us about their story? Well, let's talk about that. The why is a big question when it comes to Radagon. Why is he part of Marika? Even if you don't agree with my assessment that they were always the same person, there is still that question as to why. What is even the point of this thematic point in the story? In my discussions with Loki regarding this subject, Loki suggests that Radagon was created as part of her to spite Marika after she thwarted the Godskin God hunts, seeing him as a more reliable hound to keep her in line than Malekith. However, I'm more of the belief that Radagon was formed so that Marika could become an alchemical Rebus, the perfect being and perfect custodian for the Elden Ring. This is just my theory, however, and as you can see from Loki's suggestion, there are plenty of compelling arguments to be made, so please let me know yours in the comments below, and just bear in mind what follows is my speculative theory.
I can always appreciate those types of disclaimers. So one idea that I've also had is that Radagon could have been created from the ceiling, or well, not the ceiling, let's say the removal of the Rune of Death, and that could be why like his hair is also red, because it is always listed as a speculation in like the Braid of the Giants or whatever it is. So if Radagon was created on the Rune of Death's removal, I do think you could make the argument that that could still track with the idea that he is called quote-unquote Golden Order, comma, Radagon in his Japanese boss title plate. So with that being said, I still do think there are some a little bit oddities with the timeline with me to think that it's more likely Destined Death would have been sealed when Radagon became Elden Lord, because it does seem to me that Destined Death may have still existed to some degree in Godfrey's timeline during the Age of Abundance, because the Erd Tree was said to be like fleeting and flourishing like all life, and later I believe it was made eternal with like Golden Order fundamentalism, but that's a very long story and getting a bit of ahead of myself right there. So what does Radagon actually mean in relation to Marika? Is he a curse of the fire giants? Is he his own thing? Is Marika being possessed by like the Two Fingers? Is he their puppet? If so, like, why is Radagon different from Malekith, like the Shadowbound beasts? We have all these kinds of questions that don't really have good answers. I've also wondered whether or not Radagon is to Marika what Melina is to the Tarnished, and whether or not Melina could have been like Radagon 1.0, if that makes sense. So there is just so many avenues of exploration to make Radagon fit into the story of Elden Ring. It's enough to make someone's head spin. The Rebus once again. Destined does make red stuff. I said Destined Desu. Hey Clown, welcome back. I don't know what all you missed. A lot. You haven't been active in the chat. Hey Jube, nice to see you again. Welcome back into the stream. Radagon is just 3 sweetings in a trench coat? Something like that. Yeah, okay, you'll figure it out.
As I mentioned, an immortal rebus is an alchemical concept. It is the magnum opus of the field, a divine...
I need to make like an Elden Ring lore bingo card and just have like Rebus almost be like the free spot. No, it wouldn't be the free spot, but it would definitely be on that bingo card, and it would be gotten quite a lot. So what would be like the most free spot of all? Oh yeah, of course Radagon is Marika.
And perfect form. To quote Wikipedia, sometimes described as the divine hermaphrodite, a reconciliation of spirit and matter, a being of both male and female qualities, as indicated by the male and female head, within a single body. The rebus is the reunification and reconciliation of opposing matter, including the male and female, to create the perfect immortal being, a unity of all. Perfect in so much that it encompasses everything, spirit and matter. And does this not sound perfect for a being who would be a god and vessel for the cosmic Elden Ring? In basic terms, alchemy is quite often the process of combining and mixing elements, but much of it is described in an allegorical fashion. Now, while I have commented on the idea of the rebus before, namely in my Marika video, there is another facet to this idea that I didn't comment on. Ziostorm, in a video called Elden Ring is an allegory for alchemy, makes a keen reference to the Red King and the White Queen, the 2 constituent parts of the divine rebus. The relevance to Radagon, the red-haired, and Marika, the white-haired, should be obvious, so credit to Ziostorm for bringing to my attention this particular detail.
Not to be a stick in the mud, but to be a stick in the mud. I would say America's more like blonde, but I guess you could make the argument that that's white, especially with like color theory not being so established back in the Renaissance or whatever, like alchemy was taking off.
The concept of the White Queen and Red King is an allegorical description, and to quote an article from Learn Religion, the union of the Red King and White Queen is often called the chemical marriage. Their marriage that will eventually lead to an allegorical offspring, the rebus. Descriptions of alchemical processes often describe the reactions of sulfur and mercury. The Red King is sulfur, the active, volatile, and fiery principle, while the White Queen is mercury, the material, passive, fixed principle. Mercury has substance but has no definitive form on its own. Even before the Red King and White Queen aspect had been...
I do think the idea that Marika would go along with Mercury just doesn't work out very well, because Mercury is kind of more related to silver via like Quicksilver and all that. But even setting that stuff aside, one lingering question that I've had about that whole concept of the rebus is that, isn't it supposed to be combining 2 halves that weren't originally one, or were they like originally one, then separated, and the goal was to like reunite them, and they like gained something in that process? That's something that's kind of been like eluding me. Which, I mean, Crunchy or Ratatosker and or like Max Darrett might have talked about that stuff, and I probably just like didn't have that question in mind when I was initially listening to it.
Brought to my attention. When I first discovered the truth about Marika and Radagon, I immediately considered them to be a rebus. mainly because it is meant to be the perfect being. But Ziostorm's analysis goes further into this by looking at the analogous king and queen, and how it can be used to assess the role of both Radagon and Marika. As you saw from the passage I just quoted, the White Queen is the more passive, fixed, and material aspect of the equation, and of course the female element of the rebus. This does somewhat match with Marika in her distant and cold way of rulership, but also the White Queen is the material, the vessel, and ultimately that is Marika's role, to be the vessel for the Elden Ring.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision.
What I do also find interesting is that one of the alchemical symbols for Mercury cleaves very closely to the form of Marika's rune, whereas sulfur, seen as the
I'll be honest, I think that one's a stretch. I do think there's some other stuff that could go into this, but I'll leave that alone for now.
very closely to the form of Marika's rune, whereas sulfur, seen as the more active and aggressive part of the rebus, as well as the masculine, is the element that causes change. We can somewhat see this in Radagon, who in general seems to be far more involved in the world, from fighting in the Liurnian Wars to developing the Golden Order.
Which I think would be ironic if Radagon is supposed to embody change when his instantiation of the Order, in my opinion, is to create an order of stasis where things can no longer change organically. Dr. Zayas says, you're confused. How would sealing Destined Death create Radagon? That's a good question, and perhaps I should have elaborated on that a bit more, because not everyone is going to be familiar with like my opinions on the timeline and stuff like that. So this whole idea of Destined Death relates to the Golden Order in the Mending Rune of the Death Prince and Aenea's dialogue, where they say the Golden Order was created upon the removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring, essentially. And so, with that being said, let me just pull this up. I may as well. If we have Radagon of the Golden Order in English being more along the lines of Golden Order... Oh wait, it's actually fully listed? Oh, Golden Rule. Golden Order, comma, Radagon in Japanese. So, is this supposed to say that Radagon is the embodiment of the Golden Order? If we do take that kind of more literally, that Radagon is the Golden Order, then that could mean that Radagon was only able to come into existence once the Rune of Death was sealed. So, obviously, I don't think it's like a straight one-to-one parallel, like, oh, once you remove the ring, Radagon just sprouted up out of nothing. But there might have been something to do with Marika controlling the Elden Ring that could have allowed that kind of thing to happen with her as the vessel of the Elden Ring. But, yeah, that's just kind of like some of my train of thought about that. Rutro Alchemy. Hey, Teen Sith, welcome back in. You missed it earlier. Somebody said Persona, and I resisted making a Jung comment. What if every possibility is true? Yeah. Tea-Watered Houseplant says, couldn't Golden Order, Radagon be a similar case to Royal Knight Loretta and Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree? So let's look at Loretta just to give a kind of a comparison point. Because that's a good question. So we have Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree. And so right here we have like Holy Tree Knight Loretta, which is true. So how do I phrase this? Like, you could say that it is Radagon of the Golden Order, but I do feel like the more natural way to read that in Japanese would be Ogonitsu no Radagon, or like something along those lines. So I do think it is kind of significant that they put the comma there in the Radagon title, whereas this one I think is kind of similar to the Radagon situation, where Loretta and Halig Tree Knight could be taken as interchangeable titles. So I think that's kind of the same thing that's going on. So you could refer to Radagon potentially as the Golden Order or Radagon, and you can refer to Loretta potentially as Loretta or just as the Knight of the Halig Tree. So hopefully that answers that question, because that's actually a very good one. Why am I attacking you like that? Because, I don't know. Kremit's very easy to attack. Drew Wayne got tired of alchemical analyses about 6 months ago. I was never fully on board with it. The more that I learned, I was even less on board with it, just because I feel like it's a little bit of an argument of convenience, and it doesn't fully map onto the Elden Ring story the way that I think some others think it does. But nonetheless, I still appreciate like a lot of the parallels that people drew to it, because now I've learned a little bit more about alchemy in my life. So I can't wait to apply all this alchemy knowledge in my daily life. Clown eats all the alchemy stuff up. Okay. Thanks. All right. Glad it kind of makes sense. All right. So let's dive on back in.
To go further, I would like to quote another article from Catherine Bayer, who was also the author of the article I quoted just a moment ago. In a separate article, Catherine says the following of this alchemical relationship. While sulfur causes change, it needs something to actually shape and change in order to accomplish anything. This contrasts with mercury, Marika, who is the passive but material aspect that the sulfur aspect will act upon. And indeed, by the end of the game, devoid of her Radagon half, Marika is just that, passive and material, a hollowed out clay husk that houses the Elden Ring. Only the mercury, the passive material, remains after the Radagon half is killed. So I hope you are still following after that dive into alchemy, but let us now try and unpack the potential ramifications for Marika's character. Firstly, because Marika is the material half, I consider her to be the host or the original character of this rebus. And this does make sense given we learn more about her past and history than we do of Radagon. Marika was once a Numen who was elected Empyrean, and we learn the former from the Numen rune, which reads, "The Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself."
Alright, just to get on my semantic soapbox here again, this is all kind of listed as hearsay in the Japanese, which I don't mean like there's actually a lot of room to doubt it, but don't be surprised if future content turns the world upside down and makes this less explicit.
And we learn the latter, about her Empyrean status, from Malekith's remembrance, which reads, "Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean." The Numen are an unusual race that we know very little about. Indeed, their appearance preset states, "The face of the Numen, supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived, but seldom born." In my Marika lore video, we were able to uncover some more depth about these beings in detail, thanks to the work of fellow content creator and translator Last Protagonist. In English,
I was about to say, I literally have no idea what he's talking about right now.
the Black Knife Assassin armor names them as Numen. However, when Last Protagonist looked at the original Japanese, he noted that the term Maribito was used instead. Wikipedia says the following on Maribito. Maribito is an ancient Japanese word referring to a supernatural being who comes from afar, bringing gifts of wisdom, spiritual knowledge, and happiness. The term refers to any one of a number of divine beings who were believed to visit villages in Japan, either from beyond the horizon or from beyond distant mountain ranges.
And if that stuff kind of still sounds a little bit strange to you, I think a good like Western a parallel to this would be something like Tinkerbell visiting like Peter Pan and Wendy from Neverland. It's kind of like that idea, but less going across like the Galactic Railroad and more along the lines of just like traditional folklore stuff as far as like Japanese goes or Japan goes.
Bringing gifts. So the Numen are potential humanoid descendants of supernatural beings who come from another world, meaning we don't necessarily know what is the norm for these Numen. Perhaps they are all like Marika, perfect beings that are formed of two halves, and perhaps this is why they live long lives and rarely reproduce. However, I don't believe this, as there isn't any other evidence that other Numen hold this as a part of their identity. It isn't mentioned.
I think it's also really funny that if Newman seldomly reproduce, just like how many children Marika actually has.
Anywhere else, and the Marika Radagon secret is treated as a really unique situation. Had it been the norm for her people, then I'm sure it wouldn't have been described as Radagon's skeleton in his closet. Rather, it would have been expected as part of a Numen queen. Therefore, I believe Marika's status as a Rebus must be related to her godhood, and her becoming the vessel for the Elden Ring. We can see that Marika literally bears the Elden Ring within her at the end of the game, and Anea says that she is the vessel for the Elden Ring. And it's hard to imagine that a normal, ordinary being could bear such a cosmic force. Thus, I speculate that the immortal Rebus was created upon her ascension as god, and that she was reformed by the power of the Elden Ring as the perfect being, a god to oversee a new era of order. I believe that Marika is the original being as we learn more about her, as I've said, pre-godhood than we do of Radagon. Radagon just kind of appears in the narrative. We at least know that she was of the Numen people and once an Empyrean. And aside from that, in regards to the alchemical allegory, she is the material, she is the substance, meaning she is the flesh and blood, and Radagon, to my mind, is the active element that was added later, and that he would have his own role to play in their guardianship of the Elden Ring. I do find it interesting that Goldmask, when attempting to complete a calculus that interprets the Elden Ring's true nature, he is confounded when Radagon's name comes up in his reflections.
And yeah, this could also tie into that idea of why Radagon would be connected to the Rune of Death and the creation of the Golden Order in general, in that Goldmask might discover his name because he's synonymous with the god of the Order, but it might not just be because of him being Marika as much as it is like Radagon could be responsible for the Golden Order being the Golden Order. But that's kind of also a topic perhaps for another time.
The Master's reflections had heightened as we neared the Erd Tree, while still a precise calculus. The rhythms grew increasingly wild until he simply ceased. Now the Master is facing quite the puzzle. The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband, King Consort Radagon, also appeared. Who exactly was Radagon?
The answer to his question is that Radagon and Marika are one.
To think that Radagon was Marika herself, or at least such is all I can interpret from the rhythm and calculus of his finger. How would such a thing even have been possible, I wonder? Sadly, I cannot comprehend it myself.
And the fact that Goldmask came across it during his reflections and calculus of the Elden Ring suggests it could be some kind of formula embedded within the Elden Ring itself. Now, I do appreciate this is complete speculation, and we aren't meant to fully comprehend the makeup of such a cosmic artifact, but I do take this as further evidence that Marika's condition as a Rebus is the result of the Elden Ring's influence, if Goldmask himself can detect this truth within his calculations of the Elden Ring. Marika and Radagon are very much an eldritch being beyond our comprehension, for what else could literally bear the Elden Ring within them?
So, obviously, I'm not too big of a fan of the Rebus interpretation of events here, so I'm a little bit curious as to what Smoughtown thinks of Mikola and his alter ego of Saint Trina. Obviously, that stuff might be sort of cut, but I still do think there's enough in the base game where you can still come to that conclusion.
I have noted in prior videos, not only does Marika Radagon bear the Elden Ring, they are literally one with the Elden Ring. This is why Marika says,
"Let us be shattered, both, mine other self."
Because not only is the Elden Ring shattered, but Marika's body also shatters, hence the massive cracks throughout her body, and you see this more clearly in the announcement trailer, as the cracks stretch down her back as she does shatter the Elden Ring. She has been...
And that's like one of my favorites forms of storytelling in Elden Ring, just like that attention to detail, like of the cracks like increasingly going down their bodies in these cutscenes here, as well as like the kind of wound on Marika's abdomen, which is kind of reflected in the Elden Beast in its boss fight. You swore Smoughtown talked about the Rebus thing right after release somewhere. I know it's definitely been percolating around the lore community for a while, so he might have, but he might have also like had his ideas mature a bit more and felt like talking about it a bit more at depth again.
Become one with this unknowable artifact. So to reiterate, the immortal Rebus is something truly beyond our comprehension, as is the Elden Ring itself. And as we will later discuss in this video, the few beings that have connected with the will of Radagon and Marika are left overwhelmed and terrified. I think this is why Malenia's remembrance implies that both she and Mikola were meant to be the perfect children. They are born from the Rebus, or as the remembrance calls them, the single-bodied god, and we will touch on their relevance later in this video as well. But either way, Radagon isn't mentioned at all until the Liurnian Wars, a war I don't consider to have taken place until the later age of the Erd Tree, because the Barrier of Gold incantation, which describes this event, uses the Erd Tree sigil, rather than the ancient Erd Tree sigil of the earlier Age of Plenty.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say as well, so I agree.
And as always, credit to Tarnished Archaeologist for his Erd Tree incantations timeline, that we will get into shortly. So to conclude...
I have a lot of issues with some of the conclusions that TA has drawn, so I'm a little bit apprehensive moving forward into this video. El Degusto said, the fairies thing isn't easy to translate. Like in Arabic, it often argues that jinn works as analogs to fairies, but they aren't the same. Chinese, it should be, yeah, like, that's like the character for hermit, yeah, because you have like a mountain man. Classically, but you think Kami fits more? Yeah, I don't know how like jinn works, or like Ifrit. That's kind of like the same thing. It's meant to be incomprehensible is kind of a cop-out answer for Teen Sith. Wait, did he just say that? I don't think he said that. Maybe I missed it. Supernatural beings are better off just called what they're called in their native language for a reason. In an ideal world, you'd be right, but there is quite like a lot of overlaps between things. Like, what's the difference between a ghoul and a ghost, or a spirit and a soul? It gets really convoluted. Oh, I don't think that's going to be his final conclusion there. I hope. All right, going back to the video.
I believe that the Radagon personality was gestated from Marika when she was crowned as god, hence why he seemingly appears out of nowhere in a prestigious position. He is the active masculine aspect of Marika, born to provide a specific function for the immortal Elden Ring bearing Rebus. Radagon would in time develop his own personality, goals and ideologies, a fascinating split that would culminate in Radagon and Marika's disagreement over the fate of the Elden Ring. In many ways, Radagon would become more influential in time, especially in later history, as evidenced by the abundance of his statuary, and by his red hair being revered as a sign of pedigree amongst his children. With all that said, let us talk about the history of Radagon and his acts in the lands between.
So I would just kind of disagree a little bit, or say like Smoughtown maybe should have reframed the whole idea of Radagon appearing when Marika became a god, with his last statement a moment ago about him like first kind of showing up later on in the timeline in the Lyrian Wars. So that isn't to say that these two ideas are incompatible, but just that Smoughtown hasn't mentioned how much of like a time gap there would be between Marika becoming god and the Lyrian Wars happening, perhaps.
So, following the aforementioned theory, Radagon would become the active component to the royal godly rebus, and as such would lead Marika's forces in a major conflict, the Lyrian Wars. It is never specifically mentioned as to why Radagon repented his aggressions, or why he decided to make an alliance with the Carian royals, but I get the impression that he fell in love with Renala.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala.
And B, he saw the value in the Carians after they had so fiercely resisted him. That is just my speculation, of course. But it does become clear that Radagon certainly saw value in the Carian ways of sorcery and intelligence, as he took the opportunity of being married to Renala to become a more complete leader.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if Radagon ever truly loved Renala as much as it could have been Marika trying to dupe Renala to turn her into the cuckoo and gain access to her secrets. But with that being said, there probably might have been a component of love to it just because of how many children that they had and all that stuff.
Studying their ways. We learn of this via the Radagon icon, which reads, "As the husband of Renala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete." This really is the first instance of Radagon developing as something more than just a champion of gold, and sows the seeds for his interpretation of the Golden Order, and ultimately his eventual disagreement with Marika. One final aspect of this icon that's really interesting to me is that it says the hero aspire to be complete. This means that Radagon did have his own aspirations and later beliefs, again reinforcing what I said in the prior chapters, that while Radagon may have been a part of Marika, he also developed his own personality and his own mind. They are still separate personalities despite sharing a soul and body. Perhaps the most important aspect of Radagon's marriage to Renala is his children, Rykard, Radan and Ranni. Each of these figures would become massive players in the years to come, and if we consider that Radagon was already an aspect of the single-bodied god, then their extreme power levels certainly make sense. We unfortunately don't get much information on the relationship between Radagon and his children with Renala, but we know that his two sons seem to hold their
Oh man, the Ronaldo fight there just really got me.
lineage to him in high regards. We know from Radan's breastplate that he was a great admirer of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, but he was equally proud of being descended from his father, as the red mane became an iconic part of his imagery, as we see via the red mane helm, which reads, "The red plume is a symbol of Radan's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, the mane of the proud red lion, the red lion combining Godfrey's and Radagon's symbolism, the red hair of Radagon, and the lion of Godfrey." Likewise, Rykard's knights, the Gelmir knights, also celebrate this pedigree, and I do think it is a good indicator of how well regarded Radagon was. So great that his sons would try and hold on to that lineage, as if his prestige would elevate theirs as well. No doubt claiming lineage to him would also help have legitimized their claim to the throne when the Shattering broke out. Of course, as we have already discussed, one of the main impacts of his marriage would be political, to bind the two royal houses together, and incorporate the Carian household, along with their forces and ideals. Having Caria and Liurnia effectively brought into the fold is a massive win for the Erdtree royalty. As part of his marriage pact with the Full Moon Queen, he will have received a legendary sword, a Full Moon Greatsword, and we know of this tradition thanks to the description of the Dark Moon Greatsword, which reads, "A moon greatsword bestowed by a Carian queen upon her spouse to honour long-standing tradition. As this blade is given to us by Ranni of the Dark Moon, we can presume that Radagon will have received a Full Moon Greatsword from Rennala. This is what has led many to believe that the Golden Order Greatsword, one wielded by the misbegotten Crusader, was once a Full Moon Greatsword, as its description reads, "Greatsword made of light, modelled after the Elden Ring itself, forged by King Consort Radagon to proudly symbolise the tenets of the Golden Order. Telltale signs portray that this was once the greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife, Rennala. What is interesting is he seemingly transformed the sword to reflect his conception of the Golden Order, its tenets made manifest in the form of the Elden Ring itself. I find this interesting because it gives further evidence that Radagon slowly developed his own philosophy surrounding the Golden Order, and what form it should take. Even symbolically, this sword represents Radagon taking something Carian as the foundation and transforming it to serve as a basis for his new ideology. It can
Yeah, and there's a couple small discrepancies here, whereas like in the English it says in the Dark Moon Greatsword that it's a long-standing tradition. I'm pretty confident the Japanese doesn't say that. And then the other part of the Golden Order Greatsword, I guess it's not really that important, but it's slightly clearer in the Japanese that like Radagon took Renala's greatsword and like altered it, and so like the telltale signs betray that it was once the greatsword, means that like you can still kind of see the original sword in it, perhaps. Anyway, like I said, not very like super important stuff, but some things that I'm sure some people might want to know as well. El Gusto said, perhaps it'd be fruitful to consider religions with many part souls. Like in Chinese, they've got the Hun and the Po with like the higher soul and the bestial soul. And how they influence Japanese ghost lore. Yeah, and that stuff is hard to talk about because it's not very well grounded in like how do I say it? Like it's not well grounded in like society where it's like really thought of. Like it's stuff that's just kind of taken for granted, and it has like roots in Taoism, and Taoism isn't like treated super seriously in Japan anymore, obviously, because like they've been a Buddhist country and a Shinto country for so long, but nonetheless they've been influenced by those kind of Chinese beliefs over hundreds of years. So they've kind of taken root in Japan, but it's not like there's anything super organized about it to like latch onto. It's almost like comparing Elden Ring's lore to like alchemy. It was like comparing Japan's history and spiritual foundations to stuff like Taoism is kind of like what that's like. And then El Gusto said, and Egyptian souls being composed of name, shadow, heart, spirit, presence / aura. As America has a title, a shadow, a male and female half, and a great rune. Yeah, and I thought about talking about the Egyptian stuff earlier, along with like the Odin and like Christian imagery of America in the Erdtree, but I honestly don't know a ton about the Egyptian stuff and how well it maps onto Elden Ring, so I didn't. But I'm glad you brought that up. It's gone through many layers of adaptation filters through the ages. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Zayas cannot imagine that Rykard came from a loving home with good parents. What would ever give you that idea? Yes, Teen Sith. Yeah. Ancient Egyptians had one of the most complex systems of souls in the afterlife in the known history, it's a massive rabbit hole. Yeah. I was very into that stuff as a child, but kind of lost it over time.
Cannot be overstated how important Radagon's time as a Carrion consort was, how it developed his philosophy and character. The Golden Order fundamentalists really are the ruling faction by the time we enter the scene, and it is because of Radagon's understanding of both faith and intelligence that their ideals would be codified. In the meantime, Godfrey's time would eventually run out as Elden Lord, a man of conflict ruling over a peacetime. Marika would tarnish her husband and banish him and his warriors from the lands between. Radagon would take the title of Second Elden Lord and everything would change. Marika marrying her other self seems very sudden, but perhaps both aspects of the Rebus felt it was the best choice for the current era they found themselves in. And so with that said, let us contextualize the era in which Radagon would rise to power by revisiting the earlier periods of this Erdtree epoch. The Age of Plenty / the Age of the Crucible is the earliest period of Erdtree history, a bountiful era that we hear of via the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith." Tarnished archaeologists in their astonishing Creeds of the Erdtree video comes up with a very coherent and compelling timeline of the age of the Erdtree, and I highly recommend you check out that video, as we will be heavily referencing their work in this chapter ahead. We mentioned this timeline briefly before, but basically, Tarnished Archaeologists organises the long epoch of the Erdtree into different eras, symbolised and represented by the evolution of Erdtree incantations that each possess a different insignia. As a result, Tarnished Archaeologist groups the age of the Erdtree into the following 3 eras. Firstly, there is the age of the ancient Erdtree, which encompasses the Age of Plenty and the Age of the Crucible. Then comes the Age of Erdtree worship, and then the Age of the Golden Order fundamentalists. Myself and others believe that Radagon was brought back at a time of need, a time of waning faith, the coming of which we will illustrate through Tarnished Archaeologists' excellent timeline.
So I do have a lot of disagreements with TA's timeline here, but generally I don't think, like, at surface value that this is entirely wrong, except I would group the idea of the Crucible and the idea of the Erdtree faith parts together in one part of the order underneath the rule of Godfrey, and obviously I would put Golden Order fundamentalism under the rule of Radagon, and that's just kind of the way that I would separate these two timelines. And I know a lot of people think that the Crucible is the primordial soup. I would disagree with that, and honestly, talking about that would take too long to do. So if you're curious about my claims here and like want to argue with me about that, I will unfortunately have to redirect you to one of my recent streams on the main section of my channel, where I go over the Great Tree, the Crucible, the Erdtree, and the Golden Order and Destined Death, or whatever I called it. So just to establish that for now. Right, let's go right here.
Age of the Golden Order fundamentalists. Myself and others believe that Radagon was brought back at a time of need, a time of waning faith, the coming of which we will illustrate through Tarnished Archaeologists' excellent timeline. The incantations that display the Erdtree in its more wild and naturalistic form are deemed to be the ancient Erdtree incantations from the description of said incantations, such as we see in the descriptions of Erdtree Heal, Blessing's Boon, and Blessing of the Erdtree. This ancient Erdtree era is most certainly the Age of Plenty, as the Blessing of the Erdtree incantation reads, "The Erdtree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment, such is the course of all life." And this period also encompasses that of the Crucible, as the Crucible incantations share the same incantation sigil. So grouping it together, Tarnished Archaeologist terms this earliest Erdtree era as the Ancient Erdtree period, an era represented by the natural tree itself, and the bounty which dropped freely from it, the Blessed Dew. We know that Godfrey also ruled in this era, not only from his association with the Crucible, but also he is tied to the bounty of the Age of Plenty via the Amber Medallions, which contain the dried sap, or amber, of the Erdtree, and the description of these Amber Medallions describe.
One funny thing that I noticed is that like this kind of like root looking like tree looking like thing that appears on the Cerulean, the green one, actually has this symbol appear on the turtles. So this kind of represents the stamina of the turtles, I guess. I don't know what like this droplet and like this like flower comes from. I don't think I've seen those two symbols anywhere else.
Them as being a prized object of Godfrey's rule. Yet both the Blessing of the Erdtree incantation and the Blessed Dew talisman emphasize the fact that this period did not last very long. But why? Well, once again, Tarnished Archaeologist provides a compelling theory, evidence for which is found in the very streets of Leyndell. In Leyndell, even before we burn the Erdtree ourselves, there is a blanket of ash coating the streets, but the coverage of this ash even reaches the heights of Queen Marika's chamber. As Tarnished Archaeologist says, there can be little doubt of the source of this ash. There is only one object that looms high enough over Leyndell that it could distribute ash to even the highest points of Leyndell, the Erdtree. The Erdtree must have burned. When we ourselves burn the Erdtree, we see Leyndell blanketed under a similar, yet deep, blanket of ash. So if there was ash in Leyndell even before we burn the Erdtree, it leads us to one inevitable conclusion, that the Erdtree has been burned before we even entered the picture. Tarnished Archaeologist goes further and states that they believe that the ancient Erdtree was an actual true tree, and this is how it produced a literal bounty of dew, because it was a real arboreal tree. Indeed, the truth of this theory seems to be confirmed via the depictions of this tree on both the Blessed Dew talisman and the icon shield. Both are objects that celebrate this Age of Plenty, and both unambiguously show a true natural tree.
And you can kind of see another representation of this tree in the Minor Erdtree Church of Leyndell, or Altus Plateau technically, where it looks like that. I guess I could pull up the picture. Erdtree. Should have it somewhere. I have too many pictures that have Erdtree in their name. Maybe this is not a screenshot and maybe it's just footage. Where are we at? I'm struggling. Okay, here we go. So this is the Erdtree, the Minor Erdtree that I'm talking about. As you can see, it's kind of got like the gold and like the bark in it. So it is possible that these kind of droplets could have been taken from the Minor Erdtrees to begin with, since that's where we get the tears. But I think even back then in the Age of Plenty, the real Erdtree would have had droplets come as well. The Algernon flowers. So Titan said they always thought that the aspect incantations didn't invoke dragons, and their tails look more like dinosaurs' tails to them, and that dragons don't have that throat pouch or horns that look like that. So yeah, I don't necessarily think they invoke only the power of the dragons. I think the Crucible, as a product of blending all life together, just kind of literally blends all life together. So things become more draconic because dragons have more power, more life, or whatever you want to call it. And even beyond dragons, they invoke things like the frog-like sacs in the throats, or like more dinosaur-like tails or reptilian-style tails, whatever you want to call them. And yeah, like the wings that the Crucible Knights can have seem more angelic or bird-like than draconic. We don't even burn the whole tree down and it absolutely buries the city, so the idea that Leyndell being ashy is proof of another tree being burned down doesn't make sense to you. So there's a lot to talk about with that. I'll probably go into more detail about it if Smo keeps talking about it as we go along, but I don't want to just like jump the gun here. Will the minor Erd trees just stay like that forever, or are they supposed to become full Erd trees? That's a very good question, and we don't know, because we still have some minor Erd trees which, well, actually most minor Erd trees don't look like this one, so the one in Altus Plateau seems quite different, and we don't really know why. Yeah, I don't know. And, yeah, I'll just let Smoughtown talk about this a bit more because I'm sure there'll be a lot more to say about it.
And both unambiguously show a true natural tree. And this period came to an end swiftly because the original arboreal tree was burned, and in its place the Elden Ring resurrected a golden phantom tree, a tree only symbolically, not in function. Indeed, in the Elden Lord endings, the 4 different variants, we do spawn a new Erd tree, and that hue is dependent on the configuration of the Elden Ring we choose, implying that the Elden Ring is the source of said phantom, and that upon repairing it and constituting a new order, it produces a new Erd tree phantom.
And just to be consistent with my criticism of like calling it a phantom Erd tree, in that English it can make it sound as though like the tree doesn't exist and it's more of like an illusion. I would say it's maybe something more along the lines of it being a spectral Erd tree or an incorporeal one, maybe a more apt way of thinking about it, because even though you could make the argument that it's like not a real Erd tree, it still gets burned by the flame of ruin and destined death and still produces ashes, so it does have to be real to some extent, in my opinion. Good night, Drew Wang. You take care, and thanks for dropping in.
This would explain the description of the Blessed Dew Talisman that states, now the Erd tree is merely an object of faith, i.e. it went from being an actual functioning source of tangible benefit to a phantom replacement, an era where faith was more important, faith in the absence of tangible benefit.
And so I kind of have personal disagreements that I think the Erd tree burning coincided with the end of the Age of Abundance, because that would mean Godfrey had to have been exiled, and that would mean that Godfrey was exiled along with it, which I don't really think fits in super well, depending on how you feel about the Giants' Flame of Ruin being sealed at the end of the war against the Giants. So you might be able to argue that the Crucible-style Erd tree could have existed with Godfrey and Marika first creating the Erd tree, and it was a real tree, and then the war against the Giants broke out, and then the Giants could have burned down that tree to create the second kind of spectral tree, perhaps? Although I don't think that works with the timeline of Godfrey going to war with everybody else beyond that and then becoming tarnished by Marika. I just don't think that fully works. So I don't think TA or Smoughtown believe that interpretation of events either. They seem to believe that even after the war against the Giants and the Flame of Ruin got sealed away, that the Erd tree must have been burned at the end of the Age of Abundance, and we don't know exactly how or why that came to be. And it could tie into stuff with the Glowmide Queen, I suppose, but yeah, we just don't really know, and that's part of why I have reservations about this interpretation of events in general. Bizarrozad says, it doesn't need to be burned down, it just needs to be burned a little bit to make the amount of ash we see the first time through Langdell. True, however, I'm just addressing this point that's brought up in the video. And I also think it's possible the tree could have been burned partially with Gransax, and it could like have withstood it to a degree. The Langdell NIMBYs wouldn't let the omens come up and haul everything off.
And this is where we enter Tarnished Archaeologist's proposed era of Erdtree faith, in which even the Celtic Circle-esque sigil of the Erdtree is less arboreal in its depiction, and using the incantation sigils of this period to date certain events, we can see from the Golden Barrier incantation that this is when the Wars of Liurnia would have taken place. And so as we leave the Tarnished Archaeologist timeline behind, I do just want to give final credit to Tarnished Archaeologist for the subjects we have just discussed, and the influence that this video has had on my work and understanding of the timeline cannot be understated. So
Smoughtown might not fully buy into TA's timeline there, which is perfectly fine, but I do think it's worth addressing that later on in Tarnished Archaeologist's video, they say that the shattering must have happened at the end of the Age of Abundance, aka the end of Godfrey's time, and that's why, like, and then like the Golden Order followed the shattering, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me for a lot of reasons. I won't get into it here. I do have like a critique on my channel where I talk about that video in depth, so I'll just leave that there for now. And welcome back to the stream without horns. Yeah, I'm sure you've picked up what we're arguing against by this point now.
So do me a favour and check out their Creeds of the Erdtree video and give them a sub. With this new understanding in hand of the timeline, certain dialogues of Marika begin to make much more sense, such as the following.
I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
This speech speaks.
So the way that I've always interpreted this speech is that the Golden Order doesn't probably exist in the sense of what many people may think it does when Marika delivers this line. So what it means to me is that Golden Order / Golden Order fundamentalism is beginning to come to life with the inclusion of academics into the Order, and that is predicated on Radagon traveling to Liurnia, going to Rea Lucaria, and studying sorcery to actually get his intelligence stat up so he can understand the blessings or the grace of the Erdtree and extract as much from it as he can, potentially coming to the realization that, hey, if we just remove this death stuff from the Elden Ring, our grace will allow us to be immortal. And so the way that I personally look at the timeline of events here is that the Age of Abundance happens and the Rune of Death is still in the Elden Ring and everything is governed by Destined Death. And because death is in the world, aging is still like a normal thing, and the Erdtree falls under the laws of the land or the Elden Ring, and so its Age of Abundance and its flourishing comes to an end because it's fleeting, like all other forms of life, which is said in some description, which I can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, so I think Marika sees the Erdtree's waning bounty, freaks out, and tries to come up with another plan to keep her Age of the Erdtree instated, kind of similarly to the way that Gwyn sees his first flame fading, freaks out, and tries to extend his Age of Fire by linking the flame. I think Marika has Radagon link the flame, so to speak, for her by coming up with this plan to get rid of the Rune of Death and change the function of grace and the Erdtree as a byproduct. And I do think that might be the most likely time when the red tinged hue of the Erdtree was changed to being this more yellow color because Destined Death got removed. But of course, all of that is very heavy speculation based on the item descriptions that are in the game, so I think it's grounded, but it is ultimately arguable. Finally, someone gets that she's Gwyn 2.0. Yeah, that's how I felt for a while. And welcome back to the stream, Colo RPG. You find the Missionary's Cookbook 4 at the Minor Erdtree, and its description's really weird. I don't remember that one off the top of my head. Missionary Cookbook 4. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who, unable to become a finger maiden, instead became a missionary and went forth to spread holy teachings. Maybe the Glow-Eyed Queen burned the tree the first time. So, I don't know if it would be the first time, or if you mean like... I do feel like the Giants probably burned the tree, or a tree, maybe a minor Erdtree to a degree, and that could have like initiated the war, because there's like the whole prophecy of cardinal sin and stuff to consider. But yeah, I don't know when the Erdtree was originally burned. And I do think it is problematic that the flame that's said to be capable of burning it was sealed so early in the timeline, if it was burned later. But even with that said, we do have Rykard burning down the minor Erdtree by his Volcano Manor, and we can see the Frenzied Flame burn the Erdtree later on, so... yeah, it's not like they're completely impervious to fire, nonetheless. It had to be burned after Leyndell was built up. Yes, to a degree, because obviously the buildings are there and the ash is still around them. Is this before or after Godwin's death? This would all be before Godwin's death, in my opinion. What do I think about Crunchy's take on the Crucible statues? I don't think I've seen that video of his to know what his take is. My personal take is I think they could represent Radagon and or America. Hey, Space Cowboy, welcome in. Hey, Crunchy, I didn't even know you were lurking. Based. You have a theory that the Glow-Eyed Queen burned the Erdtree, and that's what made America remove the Rune of Death. That's possible. It would certainly make sense because America wants to get rid of threats to her Erdtree. So Kolo says, when the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erdtree, and in their opinion, if the minor Erdtrees grew from those seeds, then they assume it would have to be after. I 100% understand where you're coming from with that. However, I do think there are multiple things going on with the Erdtree and its roots that are worth consideration. One idea that Tarnished Archaeologist had brought up in a video, which I also knew of, is that certain trees can grow from a root structure and have multiple stumps growing independently of like the quote-unquote like main tree. And Pando is probably the most famous of these trees. Actually, why am I just talking about it? Let's go to the Wikipedia. Not Pandora. Dang it, Google. The Pando tree. So, Pando is a clonal organism representing an individual male quaking aspen. It was defined or identified as a single living organism because its parts possess identical genetic markers, and it is assumed to have a massive interconnected underground root system, which I think goes into the whole idea of the Erdtree. And I think these trees are kind of reminiscent of that, as well as like potentially what you find in Altus Plateau. Not that that's a big deal. Anyway, my point is I believe the original minor Erdtrees could have just come from the roots of the Erdtree, which is why you have them sprouting up like next to catacombs and stuff. And that after the shattering, that's when the Erdtree actually released seeds, which is where you get the incorporeal saplings, which are different from the actual minor Erdtrees. Why exactly they're different, I don't entirely know, but maybe because like the Erdtree got disconnected from its roots, according to like the death root or root resin descriptions, one of those two. You've heard arguments that the Erd Tree actually reproduces from its roots. Okay, yeah. Isn't one of the largest living organisms a network of mushrooms? Yes. I don't remember which one. I'm sure Zeostorm has it in his back pocket to pull out for times like these. Crunchy's theory, TLDW, was the bald monk looks very similar to the priest embedded in the Deathbird's wings, and he theorized it might be Radica transitioning the death cult of Helfen worship to the Erd Tree. Interesting that you bring it back to Helfen worship. I could totally see that, and I have wondered myself whether or not the Helfen was supposed to have predated the Erd Tree, especially with how it's said to have a grace-like appearance. So yeah, I could get behind that to a degree. I would need to think about it a bit more with the whole Helfen imagery specifically, though. And for anybody wondering potentially why like Crunchy and myself might feel that way, let me just pull up like the Radagon icon. So I do think this depiction of the flowers corresponding to the image of Radagon could potentially tie into the depiction of that crucible style statue question mark that appears everywhere. So this thing. So obviously if you like rotate it and it grew up a bit more, could it potentially look like this? Maybe. Obviously like Radagon could have like healed a bit so he's not like covered in burns. And we know that they're burns because of like a video by like Sekiro Doobie or Zoli the Witch, which shows off like the statues like gigantified and they're like kind of like actively burning. So I should have another picture of it. Okay, so this dude over here. So there's like a bunch of depictions of that statue appearing throughout the Lands Between, and some of them are like more robust than the others. Uh-oh. Okay, no, I didn't close the video. Colo says, it does make sense because if they weren't connected by root, then Godwin tainting the root wouldn't be such a problem and there wouldn't be such a need for the Halig tree. Yeah, and a lot of people feel a bit differently about whether or not the big Erd tree right here was connected to the minor Erd trees, and or whether this one was actively disconnected from those roots, potentially with the shattering. Which kind of surprises me, but I've gotten some pushback for those ideas. Without Horns' guess is the illusory trees are only the grace part of the tree. Yeah, that's a possibility, but if so, it is a little bit weird that the golden seeds themselves still kind of act like blessings to a degree. There's a cut statue very similar to the bald monk that looks like Marika. Okay, yeah, I'll appreciate that, Crunchy. You didn't want to insinuate the Erd tree is a parasitic mushroom theory? Too late. It's already out there. Alright, I'm going to go back to the video, because we're going to be running way over time at this point with all of our stopping, which I appreciate all the comments.
Of faltering belief. In the wake of such loss, the burning and loss of the original arboreal tree, many must have felt bereft of the tangible benefits the tree must have once given, before being replaced with this pale imitation. And regardless of what you think to be the source of the original tree's burning, witnessing such an event to the faithful would have been apocalyptic in scale, traumatic for those who had lived in the Erd tree's shadow for so long. This is no age for a warrior. One cannot slay a lack of faith with axe in hand, and so I see this as the era in which Godfrey and the Tarnished were banished. A new lord was needed, a thinker, a philosopher, a great unifier who could forge a new ideology to replace the loss of the Erd tree.
And I feel like to make this theory work, you would really need to substantiate how and why they would have let the Erd tree get burned, because it makes it just sound like it happened rather than, you know, having an arsonist sneak into the kingdom or like besiege the kingdom to make this happen. We do have like Grandsax there, so you could say like, oh, Grandsax burned the Erd tree, but I do think it would be very out of character for Godfrey to forgive somebody who totally attacked and burned his Erd tree and not get any kind of retaliation or vengeance upon them. So with the one description talking about Godfrey's eyes fading after he didn't find anybody strong enough to fight anymore, it makes it seem more likely to me that Godfrey wasn't sent out because of any specific failings on his part, as much as it was like he accomplished all his goals. So that's why I don't think the Age of Abundance ended with fire specifically, and I think the Age of Abundance ended with Radagon becoming Elden Lord, with the caveat of I do think the Erdtree's bounties diminished almost entirely before Radagon went to Liurnia, and I think Radagon went to Liurnia to try to come up with a solution to fix the waning Erdtree problem.
Fire who could forge a new ideology to replace the loss of the Erdtree. Enter Radagon, second Elden Lord. And I think Tarnished Archaeologist theory contextualizes the need for Radagon quite clearly. Both Marika and Radagon should have recognized that Radagon's unifying theories that he was developing at Caria would have filled a much needed gap where the Erdtree once stood, and so he returned to the Erdtree capital and married his other self. This union would produce 2 children, Miquella and Malenia, both greatly flawed and yet almost unmatched in power and intellect respectively. And I can't help but see both of them as reflections of the Red King and White Queen, one with the mane of their mother and the other with the mane of their father. Perhaps had they been born as one being instead of 2, they truly would have been the perfect child, the auspicious birth that is hinted at in Malenia's remembrance. Yet,
alright, Crunchy just dropped some piping hot lore into the Discord. So this is the statue he was referring to, and I could see why some people would argue that it's not Marika, but that's kind of crazy. And he said this is from Zlosky on Twitter. I have seen some of their stuff, but I'm surprised I didn't see this in their tweets when I was looking at assets to steal and to look at. So, is this Marika? Is this Radagon? Is it both? It's kind of interesting that this doesn't have like the sapling in it that is being tended to by the other figure, though. So this might have been like an early development thing that got cut. So it's kind of hard to take this as being canon since it's kind of significantly different from the other things that we've seen. But thank you very much for that, Crunchy. That was really cool. Does that mean Marika was once a bald monk? Maybe. It's Malinka, the Dawn-Eyed Princess. Ah, you got us. You got us. You don't know who that it is, but it looks like the Malekith boss room wolf statue lady? Kind of, yeah. But to be fair, like a lot of the statue ladies look the same.
yet Radagon's greatest legacy and obsession is of course the Golden Order. As we have discussed many times on this channel before, the Golden Order was created when death was confined, as evidenced by the description of the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus this new order will be one of death restored. I think this is an important moment to try and understand the differences between the Golden Order as a ruling body and the Golden Order
Oh no, I think, I figured it out. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, I totally understand where the Tarnished Archaeologist and other people got confused by this. So, obviously, as Smoughtown literally just pointed out, it says, the Golden Order was created by confining destined death. So, what does that mean? It's arguable in English because you could potentially say that destined death being sealed into Malekith is kind of confining destined death, right? That seems perfectly understandable. The Japanese here says the Golden Order began by taking out the destined death. So Tori Nozoku is to remove it, to take away, to set it apart. So this is a lot clearer in Japanese that it's not like confining destined death. It's literally removing it from the Elden Ring. So, okay. Now I understand why so many people are having trouble understanding this, but I kind of want to look up what Ania says as well, just to compare. Oh yeah. I don't need to like look up English. I was trying to like think of what it would be called in English, what she says, but I know she says it verbatim the same way in Japanese. Nope, maybe I'm mistaken. Finally, we can get rid of long-standing Carian weed. Plucked. The Forbidden Shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. So yeah, I feel like that one's a little bit clearer. Okay, it's the same word, it's just conjugated differently. So I feel a little bit vindicated. So yeah, I understand not wanting to trust Ania implicitly because she's a finger reader and like an NPC, but it's pretty clear that it means removing destined death as opposed to like confining it or sealing it in Malekith specifically. So I just feel sorry for people who took it the other way. Crunchy said, is that the same word as the greater will separated our births and souls? So I think not. I'm pretty sure they use like wakatsu, which is like another way of saying like wakaru. Now, so in the sense of like to understand wakaru, it's the same character, but it also means to like distinguish. So let's just type in one great. All that there is came from the one great. Fractures, births, and souls. So all is one again. Okay. So yeah. This right here, Crunchy. Oh, no. So it's... Okay. To divide, to separate, like I said. Different character, I think. I'm just blanking. Anyway, pronounced the same. If the Rune of Death was taken from the Gloam-Eyed Queen, then for it to be taken from her, that means it was with her. You think the Gloam-Eyed Queen was from Fair Missoula, and Marika took the ring from her. So the Gloam-Eyed Queen didn't necessarily have to have the Rune of Death with her. It could have been part of the Elden Ring initially, and she could have just drawn her power from it. Perhaps similarly to the way that you could make the argument that Scarlet Rot exists in the Elden Ring because of Millennia's rune having Scarlet Rot in it. Maybe that's a terrible example. Or let's just say the one that's kind of safe to me of like using Ancient Erdtree incantations, even though the age of the Ancient Erdtree is already passed. It's still kind of part of the Elden Ring. Alright, going back to the video.
Fundamentalists as an ideal. Rogier dates the Golden Order as far back as when Radagon first made peace with the Carians.
They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
I believe the confinement of death, and thus the foundation of the Golden Order, took place following the Godskin apostasy, as evidenced by the description of the Godskin Apostle outfit, which describes the Rune of Death being confined after this event. It makes sense, of course, that after the destruction wrought by destined death at the hands of the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her apostles, that Marika would want the Rune of Death removed. And overall, this is a topic that I discuss in a far deeper way in my Gloam-Eyed Queen lore video, so I would direct you there.
So, I don't know what he means by the Godskin apostasy. I know we watched that video on stream, and I remember having timeline issues with it at the time, because I didn't understand what he was saying. I think he says that's contemporaneous with Malekith actually sealing the Blade of destined death inside himself, but I don't remember, so I don't want to like put words in his mouth. So it would have been a little bit nicer if he said when he thinks that gloam-eyed apostasy existed in the timeline in relation to like the Age of Ancients or the Erd Tree Faith as he lined up earlier, or even like the Age of the Golden Order fundamentalism. Who the freak told Roger about all this? Yeah, that's a good question, and I think this is one of the fewer instances where his knowledge is less reliable, but to be fair, I don't think he's lying to us, and I think he's just telling us what he was told. And why I think this is important is we're told that Radagon kept all matters of himself and Rennala like strictly private. So where is Roger getting his information, and why should we believe that it's more accurate than the idea of the truth kind of being like hidden from even the closest adherents of Raya Lucaria? She has to come from before the Order? I would disagree, because I think there's multiple reasons to think that Destined Death still existed before America and Godfrey. So, just to give you one example of this, I would point to Black Flame Monk Amon as an example. Sorry to repeat myself. Let me just type in Amon real quick. Wow, there's a lot of words that have Amon. Monk Amon? Okay. Black Flame Monk Amon says, Amon swore fealty to the god-slaying Black Flame, and so became the first fire monk to turn traitor. Or perhaps it is better said that he fled from the Giant's Flame out of cowardice. So, there's a couple things to go through with this, because it's unclear when Amon technically swore fealty to the Black Flame, and whether or not when he did it, it was still capable of slaying gods. So, if Amon became a Black Flame monk while the flames could still kill gods, this would mean that the Gloam-Eyed Queen had to have existed after the war against the Giants, because he needed to be a fire monk capable of betraying the fire guardians who are keeping a watch over the sealed Giant's Flame. Crunchy said, what practices did they absorb, though? I would say they absorbed the practices of like sorcery and integrating intelligence-based stuff into their order. More specifically, I would say that after Radagon became Elden Lord, he fettered the night skies, and fate was taken away from the Carians, at least in terms of like the night skies governing their fates to a degree. It's really arguable, because it's like, why does Ranni's fate get set into motion before we re-release Destined Death or like kill Radagon, I guess? So it's just all so arguable. He also knows about the Night of the Black Knives. You think he must have watched the intro. To be fair, he is studying Godwin, so I do think he probably has a better understanding of Godwin-specific stuff, but not necessarily Golden Order-specific stuff, because I think with us being shown that both Corrin and Goldmask don't fully understand the Golden Order, I think it is a little bit unrealistic to expect Roger to have a fuller understanding as well. You got Renala's fate in the divorce, yeah. Kolo says, why would she have to be alive for him to swear loyalty to the Black Flame? You can learn it from a tome. Why is she needed? Also, it says she's defeated, not killed, so that doesn't contradict it. So it comes back to the idea of the whether or not the flames can slay the gods. So it's about whether or not the Golden Order is established with the Rune of Death being removed from the Elden Ring, or whether or not it's still in it. According to the Godskin Apostle robes, they are said to have served Destined Death. So it becomes it's an issue of, if Destined Death exists, that means the god-slaying flame can still kill gods, which would mean the Gloam-Eyed Queen shouldn't have really been defeated yet, Because at the very least, Destined Death isn't sealed away or removed from the Elden Ring. Hey Davin Sosa, welcome into the stream. Any music I've been enjoying lately? Yes, although I don't think it's the best time to get too off topic. But if you're curious about that stuff, ask in the comments or on the Discord, and I'll be happy to oblige. Maybe Amon fled because there's evidence the Giants would lose. So the Giants would have already lost for the Fire Monks to exist. The Fire Monks were created from the Flame Guardians, and they were set to stop the Flame of Ruin from spreading to the lands between. They eventually failed, but at the very beginning of the timeline, they were guarding the flame. And so that's why Amon got scared of it, because they already had it under control. Crunchy says, isn't it also possible the Fire Monks existed before the war with the Giants ended? Guardians were appointed to watch over it, but they couldn't have existed and been subsumed by the Golden Order? That's a good question. My answer is I don't think that's very likely, because I don't remember if there's a description that says it like specifically. Let me look real quick. I might need to look up Flame of Ruin. The Fire Monks are guardians of the Flame of Ruin, forbidden by the Erd Tree and said to be kept high in the mountaintops of the Giants. So I don't think they could be guardians of the Flame of Ruin without being ordained by Marika and the people of the Erd Tree. So that's why I would say no, that they probably don't really pre-exist the order of the Erd Tree. Because for what it's worth, let me just pull up a Flame Guardian picture. The Flame Guardians, actually I don't know if I have a picture, but I should have footage. The Flame Guardians actually wear the same kind of masks as the Erd Tree Guardians, so I think it's very clear to me that the Flame Guardians were like the first version of the Fire Monks, and then over time, as the fire corrupted them, the Flame Guardians abandoned their posts and became actual Fire Monks and adherents of the Giants, if that makes sense. Fire Monks are from the Guardians. Can you get a source? So it's the fact that the Flame of Ruin was sealed, and the fact that the Fire Monks are guardians of the Flame of Ruin. I feel like the original guardians of the Flame of Ruin are the Flame Guardians, and then the Fire Monks came from them. But there might be another source that says it a bit more clearly. Keep going. The Fire Monks are its guardians. So the Giant's flame still smolders upon the distant northern mountaintop, and the Fire Monks are its guardians. So I don't think the Fire Monks predate the Flame Guardians. I feel like the Flame Guardians became the Fire Monks. And, okay, here we go. Fire beguiles those who gaze into it, and so the Guardians of the Flame are also its worshippers. So that's kind of where I'm drawing this conclusion from, although it doesn't say it quite the way that I phrased it. I think it's the most natural conclusion to come to. Crunchy says, it's the most ancient of the Fire Monks' incantations. It is said that this incantation was used during the war against the Giants long ago, during which it protected the champions of the Erd Tree. So yes, I think even though now they're called the Fire Monks incantations, they weren't originally the Fire Monk incantations, because some of these came from the Giants, obviously. And the Erd Tree champs used at least Flame Protect Me. This incantation does not burn the caster, and so it is considered forbidden by the Guardians of the Flame. So this might be different than the Fire Monks. Yeah, so these are the Watchers of it. So that's kind of where I'm drawing a difference between Guardians of the Flame and the Fire Monks. I do think they're meant to be different. So like Argenthi is a guardian of the flame, and he has like the ruler, maybe not ruler, but like the official attire on. But he has like, his mask is different, but the other dudes have like the Erd Tree Guardian masks on. You get that and you agree, you just don't understand why they can't join after the rune has been sealed and the queen's defeated. Oh, no, I'm not trying to say like that was the only way to interpret events. I'm just saying, depending on how you feel about Amon specifically, if you think that he joined the Black Flame monks while the queen was alive, that would necessitate that the queen was still alive after the war against the giants. There is the potential that, that he joined the Black Flame monks after she was already defeated, although it just, it's a little bit ironic that he already joins like a quote-unquote dead organization. Why would the Flame Guardians look like that, though, if they came first? You'd think it'd go the other way around, right? So, no. I think they looked that way because they were pointed over. So, let me try to rephrase this. I think the Flame Guardians are appointed to watch over the flame, just as though they were also appointed to watch over the minor Erd Trees, because watching over the minor Erd Trees and watching over the Flame of Ruin is essentially kind of the same task of protecting the Erd Tree. So that's kind of where I think the practice originated from. And then over time, fire beguiled the original Flame Guardians, and then the fire monks sprouted up around that kind of belief. But I don't think all Flame Guardians became fire monks. Yeah. So I don't think the Flame Guardians are technically Erd Tree Guardians because they didn't have a pact with an Erd Tree for those dudes specifically. Because I would need to look at their bodies, but they're not like covered in like roots and stuff like the actual minor Erd Tree Guardians. But I think they were essentially the same originally. So I kind of agree with you, but I'm just trying to make things clear here. All right. So we'll move on back to the video for now, but thanks for all the questions. Hopefully that was clear enough for you guys.
But what I am getting at...
And if you disagree, that's also totally fine.
A Glowmide Queen lore video, so I would direct you there. But what I am getting at is that the Golden Order was not invented by Radagon. Rather, it was a system and configuration of the Elden Ring that happened following the confinement of death. With a specific rune being removed, the Golden Order is both the ruling order but also the form of the Elden Ring. What Radagon developed is Golden Order fundamentalism. Fundamentalism in any religion is a particular sect or line of thought that adheres to a strict and literal interpretation of the scripture. Loki provides a translation of the original kanji used in place of fundamentalism throughout the script, and I quote them now. Fundamentalism, literally, original logic doctrine. Logic refers to principles of the universe. It is scholarship, a pseudo-religious philosophy that tries to understand the fundamentals of logic, order, and the rule of the universe. It concerns itself with the Elden Ring, order, and what is order, hence the absence of the Erd Tree in any fundamentalist iconography. Radagon took the intelligence-based studies of the Carians and blended it with Erd Tree faith, thus spawning fundamentalism, a new ideology that could fill the void left by the physical Erd Tree's destruction, a tonic to an era of waning faith, and the balance of such studies is represented by Radagon's iconic pose, Golden Order totality. Radagon's age was one far different from that of Godfrey, an evolution from the primal combative era of the Crucible to one of refinement and more ordered society. We of course see this in the shuttering of the arenas. These arenas decorated with the lion emblem of Godfrey, and with architecture very unsightly compared to High Leyndell.
So I also wanted to point this out because I don't know if many people have noticed it or pointed it out themselves, but at least in the promo art with like the Elden Stars incantation, we've got like a two-finger adherent making this pose, And I've noticed Golden Order Totality is an inversion of what they're doing with Elden Stars here, which I think is really cool, that Radagon is kind of literally inverting order to a degree.
Clearly relics of this warrior's age. Such barbarism and bloodsport would not be welcome in Radagon's high culture. As the ritual shield talisman reads, a talisman patterned after shields used in ritual combat held to honour the Erd Tree. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon. I have often credited Hawkshaw and their excellent video on colours for refining my understanding of this transition towards a more genteel society, and I must do so again now. In that video, Hawkshaw highlights the ruler's mask and its importance for highlighting the changing morals in terms of leadership between the age of the Crucible and Radagon's age of the Golden Order. The description of that item reads, such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise, and possessing a certain defined geniality. One at the centre of society often finds these qualities most expedient. In general, Radagon's era is one of defanging that which came before, closing the arenas just to name one, but more generally, anything associated with the Crucible, this earlier era of the Erd Tree, is considered crude, barbaric, violent, and has no place in the civilized society of the scholar like Radagon. At a philosophical level, this can be explained by the core tenets of Golden Order fundamentalism, the laws of causality and regression. Now, I do need to credit Last Protagonist in refining my understanding of these laws thanks to their excellent Golden Order law video. To quote the description of the law of regression incantation, it states, regression is the pool of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. So Last Protagonist likens this regression to the statistical phenomena known as regression towards the mean, where extreme variables in a dataset get pulled closer and closer towards the average in each sampling. The example that Last Protagonist gives is that if two parents who are taller than average have a child, that child will most likely be shorter than they, regressing towards the mean.
Isn't that crazy? Like, when I first heard that, I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it just seems like it would be natural for taller parents to have tall children, which is kind of true. Like, they're going to still potentially have a child that's taller than average, but that child isn't as likely to be taller than both of its parents, if that makes sense.
In regards to the Golden Order fundamentalists and their view on life following these laws, it means that life should be less chaotic and more uniform, hence convergence, a refinement of life with less chaotic aberrances, as represented by the misbegotten and the omen. And even the sigil of the Golden Order itself is more refined in its appearance than the chaotic arboreal tree of the ancient Erd Tree era. But one other thing that's worth talking about when we're talking about regression towards the mean and the law of regression is what we discussed earlier in regards to Radagon and his relation to the Elden Ring itself and its form, in a way that we can't understand, but through their studies in calculus, these laws of regressions can be traced back to the Elden Ring itself. And so at this juncture I would like to quote something from Loki, who in their notes regarding this topic they said the following: Radagon becomes consumed by his existential crisis, and is driven as much to understand and fix his incomplete existence through order. So what Loki is saying here is that Radagon's study of the Elden Ring and of order and its fundamentals is as much an attempt to understand himself as it is the universe. With that in mind, if we return to the idea of regression towards the mean and convergence, Radagon and Marika might make more sense. Earlier on in the video I did hint that the Elden Ring was responsible for Marika's transformation into this Rebus, for the creation of Radagon, and that is why Goldmask can detect Radagon within the Elden Ring and his calculations. And perhaps it is because this law of regression exists within the Elden Ring, and its influence upon Marika created a being that was the epitome of convergence. two personalities sharing one soul and one body. And perhaps this can explain the appearance of beings such as D and his twin. We learn of their true nature via the twinned armor set, which reads, "The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are of two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Their sword, the inseparable sword, goes further and says that D and his twin were only accepted by the Golden Order, which makes sense given they are a reflection of these fundamental ideals. But if you do want to learn more about the ideals surrounding the Golden Order, convergence, causality, then please check out my Gold Mask lore video. Returning to Radagon, when we last saw him, he was at Liurnia, studying the works of Carians and the Academy to become a more balanced individual. He comes from an order of faith, born from the god of that order, yet here he is, studying the other mysteries of the universe found in sorcery. However, it is clear that Radagon hadn't fully conceived of Golden Order fundamentalism in its totality, as we learn that Miquella, his son, would work together with him in forming the incantations that would be the backbone of Golden Order fundamentalism. For example, in the Triple Rings of Light, the description reads, "One of the incantations of Golden Order fundamentalists, a gift from the young Miquella to his father, Radagon." It is no surprise that Miquella would help his father round out the tenets of the Golden Order. As we have mentioned, Miquella is most likely one half of a perfect being, with his intellect being on another level. And while Miquella would walk away from fundamentalism in search of his own answers, Radagon would become devoted to the Golden Order above all else, and I think Loki is spot on one of the reasons why. His study into the fundamentals of the Elden Ring was a study into himself. His obsession with the Order and its supposed perfection would trickle down to his followers, and create the Golden Order fundamentalist hunters, people like D. We know that these hunters of death are linked to the fundamentalists in particular, because of their associated incantations, such as Order Healing, which reads, "One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death." This of course makes sense when you consider that Golden Order fundamentalism is breaking down the Golden Order into its most basic form, that is, an order that is absent death.
And just to tie into that, I do think part of the reason Miquella and Malenia might be inflicted with the pseudo curses that they are is because of death being sealed and allowing life to become kind of boundless following Radagon becoming Elden Lord and like marrying Marika and all that. And I don't think the issues of like eternal youth, so to speak, and Scarlet Rot were as problematic before Radagon and Marika wed, which isn't to say that like Scarlet Rot didn't exist at all. I think it did, but I think it was also contained by death before Radagon returns to Leyndell. So if death gets removed, Scarlet Rot has nothing keeping it at bay, which is why Malenia is given a kind of cancer, essentially, because of the way she was born. And I think Miquella is kind of suffering in a similar way in that he can't mature because his life is just boundless, and so he can't ever, like, fully age. But that's just kind of my opinion about that. Yeah, it's cancerous life. Thanks for the crab apples, Giuseppe. Yeah.
Those who live in death are contrary to that belief, a stain on the purity of this order, and thus these extremists, these hunters, use violence to expunge these errors, these glitches in the perfect order.
Jay Moore says it a very interesting way. It's as if you can't grow new cells because your old cells won't die. Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously, like, he gets to, like, a child state, which is a little bit beyond an infant state, but, yeah, nonetheless.
Radagon is no less extreme in his belief and defense of Golden Order fundamentalism, and thus we see him actually come into conflict with his other half, who has some harsh words for her red-headed reflection.
O Radagon.
So I do wish Smoughtown set up the idea of those who live in death being a post-shattering thing right now, because the last thing that we kind of really got was his marriage to Renala, and he hasn't set up some of the other stuff for the timeline, which isn't the biggest of deals, but I have seen people get confused about when those who live in death do show up in the timeline, so it would have been nicer to like establish that it's really post-shattering that they really appear.
Leal Hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god.
Marika essentially mocks Radagon for his blind loyalty to the Golden Order, because at this stage, Queen Marika has been pushed to the edge, and clearly wants an end to this era. As we have discussed ad nauseum on this channel, the Bandai Namco story trailer and an accompanying article from Bandai Namco, both released in December 2021, make it clear that Marika is pushed to shatter the Elden Ring because of the slaughter of her progeny during the Night of the Black Knives. To quote the Bandai Namco article,
and even without that, you can still come to this conclusion from what Roger says. It was kind of funny that like the last videos, or no, not last video, but yesterday or whatever it was, they said that they didn't count extraneous stuff from the game as canon. So, oh yeah, that was with TLGTW. So technically the story trailer wouldn't have counted for her, but it's kind of funny because like, why didn't they just include this story trailer and like play it after the title screen music ended? It would have been such an easy thing for them to actually have like be quote unquote canon in the game.
One grim night, in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coetaneous attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins'
And oops, I'll let him finish.
targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. Queen Marika was pushed to the edge. The loss of Godwyn was a devastating loss to Marika, and to
Yeah, and I think it's a really big shame that the only way we get access to this information is from this interview, when most players aren't going to even like know about this interview to begin with. It's kind of only like really the diehards or the people who were like super interested in the promo cycle and ad push of the game who even learned of this. And even if they did, like it came out months before the game came out, so it's a kind of hard to remember like, oh man, there's actually a lot of really important information here that's not in the game. Pay attention, it's going to be on the test, you know?
Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. Queen Marika was pushed to the edge. The loss of Godwyn was a devastating loss to Marika, and to boot, it was the confinement of the Rune of Death, the very foundation of the Golden Order, that led to the gruesome non-death of her son. After
I feel he might not be technically wrong here, but I feel like this might be a little bit misleading. I want to like re-listen to it. I apologize.
boot, it was the confinement of the Rune of Death, the very foundation of the Golden Order, that led to the gruesome non-death of her son. After all, it was the stolen Rune of Death that formed the blades that performed the deed, and had death never been confined, this act would not have happened, or at least not in the terrible way that it did.
So yeah, okay, yeah. With the context of Smo saying it like in the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, that makes sense. I'm kind of really worried about the whole terminology that's used now, just because it's been brought to my attention that some people think confining the Rune of Death equals Malekith sealing the blade into his body after like Ranni has already stolen a part of the Rune of Death, which obviously is a little bit problematic, because if the Rune of Death was sealed in Malekith, when could Ranni have stolen it to use it? I mean, don't answer that. That's a little bit rhetorical, and I didn't phrase it super well to begin with anyway. But so yeah, I don't think Smoughtown was saying anything wrong. I was just alarmed by the phrasing there. Kolo thinks that the Rune of Death was removed with Godfrey. It feels so weird that an Age of Immortals would only begin halfway with Radagon. Like, nobody says Radagon sealed death or in Radagon's age. And I think the reason for that is because they kind of covered up what happened, or they just kind of assimilated what began earlier, and they present it all as being Radagon stuff. And I think you could look at how Korn and Goldmask don't even realize how much of a role Radagon played in the creation of the Golden Order fundamentalism. And I think Marika is just essentially taking credit for the group project when Radagon may have done all the work, so to speak. Titan asks, so does winter exist in Marika's age after the Rune of Death was removed? Kind of thought it was eternally summer/autumn. I don't know about seasons. You could argue that there's winter in the mountaintops, but it may have just like put all of the lands between in a perpetual stasis. But with that being said, there is still kind of like weather with rain and stuff, but maybe it is a perpetual autumn. Kolo says, it feels like such a massive detail that would be mentioned somewhere. You assumed it was sealed with Godfrey. To be fair, if you look at all of the text in the game, you will literally find nothing about the Golden Order that is not affiliated with Radagon in some way. Believe it or not. We don't know how she stole it. Magic might be able to steal a portion of it from blood or something. Yeah, so... Oh, the wintry fog. Okay. So the wintry fog is just more of a localization. As far as I remember in the Japanese for it, it's sumatai, which is just like cold or chilly. So wintry is just a little bit flowery. It's nice, but doesn't literally mean winter. I get where you're coming from now. And T says, the wintry fog could have been Ranni using cold magic as cover as a hint to her involvement. You know, I never really thought about it that way, but that could make a lot of sense. I like it. That is the realm of... LP approved, acceptable headcanon. He is called Radagon the Golden Order in Japanese. Yeah, and so if he was more like Radagon of the Golden Order, I'd be more open to the idea that it could have existed before him. But it's really weird to me that he's like called the Golden Order specifically. But I guess like the rune is in him, but like why not tie him to Marika? I don't know. It's just, you know the drill. All right, going back to the video now.
I've always maintained that I do not buy the Marika planned the Night of the Black Knives theory, for numerous reasons that I detail in my Black Knives lore video. But in short, I do believe it was the trauma of witnessing the denigration of her golden son that led her to conclude that the Golden Order was deeply flawed, and a reset was needed. Yet Radagon had found solace and answers in the Golden Order, and we can see that he loved the Golden Order and would actually go against his other half, hence Marika calling him a loyal dog. This is why him and Marika battle for control of their body during the announcement trailer and the intro slides, both of which show Marika and Radagon alternatively coming to the fore. And we know from the description of Marika's hammer that this is because they are fighting for control. One is trying to destroy the Elden Ring, the other repair it. Even in our current time, he is still working from behind the scenes to prevent us from resetting the Elden Ring in a new configuration. And Nea makes it clear that it is not the Greater Will or the Two Fingers that deny us access to the Erd Tree after we defeat Morgott.
The Erd Tree has spurned you. The fingers remain still, shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the Greater Will.
But upon closer inspection, the true culprit becomes apparent. It is Radagon, as it is his crosshatch sigil that is branded on the vines that block our access. He is trying to hold on to his precious Golden Order and prevent us from rebuilding the Elden Ring in a new configuration, and this comes as a shock even to the Two Fingers and the Greater Will. A great observation was made by Garrulous Goldmask in their recent video on Radagon.
So, Kolo said, you just feel like Marika's eternal life and the Queen of Destined Death are polar opposites, like Mikola and Melania. They feel like Empyrean and sister fighting for the throne, at least the feel that you got. Well, for what it's worth, this image might fascinate you, in that this is the Algi's rune, which means life, and this is the Death rune, which means death, and it's literally the life rune inverted. So, doesn't this kind of look like Marika's rune of life? Maybe the Rune of Destined Death is supposed to be like an inverted Marika's rune. I don't think it like fully works because it's only like this part that gets inverted, and so it's not like a full-on like flip. But that's just kind of one idea I've had, especially because Radagon's Litany of Proper Death is kind of inverted when the Elden Beast uses it. This is something that I've mentioned on a couple streams in passing, but let me go ahead and pull it up. Litany. I'll apologize for the music being loud. Okay, no, I haven't turned down. Alright. So when the Elden Beast uses Litany of Proper Death, it's kind of inverted from the version that Radagon or the Tarnished uses, where the arc is coming out of the thing. So maybe there is supposed to be a kind of implicit inversion of order within like Marika and the Glowmite Queen, or Radagon and like the Elden Stars type thing. So maybe that's just like all meant to be tied together. I don't really know about all of that, but it's just kind of one thing that I've noticed over time. The Hunter's Mark? Yeah, it does look like the Hunter's Mark or like the Berserk Mark. But yeah, that's like an ancient... Is it Celtic mark? Or no, Norse, whatever it is. It does get kind of like reused in a lot of fantasy tropes. Titan says, what does it even mean to destroy the Elden Ring? Like, how is it different than removing or adding a mending rune? Radagon is fine with removal of Destined Death, so like, what the hell? So I think the issue is Marika might have wanted them all to start anew, which is kind of what Ranni is doing. There is the potential that Marika was colluding with Ranni from the beginning, depending on how you feel about like the lines about Marika having close ties to the Newman and like the Nox and the Black Knife Assassins, which is, it's not spelled out like that cut and dry like I just said, but it could be a thing. There's also the quote with Marika telling her children to make something of themselves. We don't know if it was after Godwyn died and before she shattered the ring, or if it was before, and that could have been the impetus for Ranni to come up with her plan. You feel like the Black Knives in general were mercenary assassins, so naturally they would have taken a few jobs from Marika? Potentially. Those are interpretations based in late 1800s, early 1900s stuff, if you recall the time period correctly. Doesn't mean they're not used that way in game, just historically runes are just letters. True. You assume Marika's the one who put that red thorn on herself, and then the order itself is moving her own body, refusing to die because the rules say she can't die. I don't think she put the red thorn in herself. I think the red thorn is supposed to represent Destined Death. But it seems like it would have happened because of the Elden Beast more specifically. And the reason why I say that is because the Elden Beast has a very rare grab attack where once he hits you, he teleports, and then you get placed on a rune arc, and you get skewered like you're being crucified, kind of similar to somebody we know. Kabow! Hey look, a different angle. But this time we'll speed it up. So, okay, so it looks like the angle changes. So yeah, the first time it wasn't directly up and down. Although this is really cool because this really looks like the America Life rune right now. Anyway, I just really love that footage and like showing it off, so forgive me. The Black Knives didn't exist before the Black Knives existed. I think they're just trying to say, like, I mean, what else would you call them? We're only ever given Black Knife Assassin, so they could have still been a group before they became known as the Black Knife Assassins. What came first, the Black Knives or the Black Knives? Good question. Now we have a new lore question to ponder. I had that one on speed dial, baby. I had the footage already open on my folder, and I only need to type in crucifixion to find it, and there's only like 3 videos for me having that one.
In that video, they astutely identify the fact that not only were we blocked from accessing the Erd Tree, but also other Tarnished, including Vike. Vike's armor set reads the following: no other Tarnished was closer to the throne of Elden Lord than Vike, but without announcement, Vike travelled far below the capital, and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? So Vike was the closest to becoming Elden Lord before us, but why did he stop? Well, Garrulous Goldmask suggests that he too was blocked by the vines of Radagon, and this is why Vike was pushed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Indeed, his armor set suggests that he potentially did it to prevent his maiden from burning herself, as Melina does for us. So,
which is ironic because she's still dead anyway.
The fall of Vike to the Frenzied Flame and the death of his maiden, who can be found at the Church of Inhibition. So the tragic fate of Vike and his maiden is again the result of Radagon's actions. So again, shout out and credit to Garrulous Goldmask for making this keen observation that hadn't clicked with me before, and I will link their video below. Moreover, I believe that Morgott, the last king of Leyndell, has unintentionally interpreted the will of Radagon as the will of the Erd Tree or Greater Will. Morgott accuses us and the other demigods of being traitors, usurpers.
Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
And in his dying moments, Morgott shares with us what he interprets to be the will of the Erd Tree.
Tarnished, thou art but a fool. The Erd Tree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord.
Morgott has spent his kingship as the bulwark against any usurper, because he believes that that is the will of the Erd Tree. He has hunted people as Margit, he has clashed with demigods, and he has shielded Leyndell during the dark days of the Shattering.
I don't even think he necessarily believes it needs to be the will of the Erd Tree as much as he would not bear anybody burn the Erd Tree because he loves the Erd Tree, though he not loved in return. So yeah, his remembrance description is a little bit weird in English. The Japanese is just more like Morgott. Even though Morgott was loved as in graced by the Erd Tree, he didn't love the Erd Tree because he was graced by it. He just loved the Erd Tree because he did. So obviously, like, I'm taking like a little bit of a liberal approach to that description, but that's the general meaning, I think, is what's in the Japanese description. Loyalty isn't good when you're under pressure. True.
Yet the Greater Will does want someone to replace Radagon and ascend the Elden Throne. So in reality, the only person that Morgott has really benefited is Radagon, though one could argue that the Greater Will was happy for Morgott to act as a final challenge for any potential lord. But there is another character who, in my mind, has been more deeply manipulated by Radagon post-shattering. Ironically, the person called the All-Knowing, Gideon Ofnir. After spending the game helping us open the way to become Elden Lord, and claiming a desire to be Elden Lord himself, Ofnir pulls a somewhat surprising move last minute to actually block us. He challenges us to a fight to prevent us to become Elden Lord. But not only us, but anyone, including himself. His words during combat give us some clue as to his motivation. He says, Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity, suggesting that Marika doesn't want anyone to ascend to the throne. He claims to know the mind of Marika and appears to believe that he is acting in her interests. But how? And even if he did, why would he care? Well, the answer is seemingly given to us via his armor set, which reads, But when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear, at the end that should not be. Gideon has been accumulating knowledge, and we even know from the Lord's Divine Fortification item description that Gideon has had long conversations with the two fingers. And from the myriad of spells that he rewards us with and fights us with, we know he is someone who has sought knowledge from everywhere, forbidden or not. So surely we can assume that in the course of his quest he connected with the immortal Rebus Marika Radagon. And as we have clearly illustrated in the earlier chapters, the being that is Marika and Radagon is a cosmic being, an eldritch horror essentially, that harbours the Elden Ring within its very body. Ultimately, it is a being that is beyond our comprehension. Marika clearly does not want us to struggle for eternity, as there is evidence that she wanted to end this current cycle of stagnation. And the main evidence for this is Hugh. We learn from certain dialogues that Hugh has been imprisoned at Round Table Hold to create a god-slaying weapon, and by none other than Marika herself.
The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
So this is very contradictory to what Gideon believes Marika wants, and as such I would suggest that Gideon did not gaze into Marika's will, but Radagon's. I will reiterate.
I do disagree with that. I do think he probably saw America's will, and I'll let him finish his thought here, and then I'll get back into it.
That the Marika Radagon Rebus is a cosmic being beyond our comprehension, and when Gideon connected with this being, I doubt even any words were spoken. What Gideon experienced when connecting with the Rebus must have been overwhelming and terrifying and beyond human comprehension. Indeed, Hugh likewise describes his exposure to Marika as terrifying.
My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Gideon's aim to block us more easily aligns with Radagon's goals of preventing us from entering the Erdtree. We can definitely interpret this being the will of Radagon, given it is Radagon who blocks us entry to the Erdtree via the thorns and his seal, and the fact that it is Radagon who desperately fights us at the end of our journey. Thus I think Radagon has bent Ofnir to his will, manipulating him, making him believe that it is Marika who communicated to him. So
yeah, I would disagree with that. And then we had a question in the chat by Nectarine. No, I don't remember if I said hello to you again, but welcome back to stream. And they asked, what is at the end that should not be in Japanese? It's Aru Hazu no Nai Owario, which means like, it's pretty much exactly the same. At the end that should not be. Yeah, this is as good a localization as you could possibly get, really. So, the way that I look at the situation with Gideon, seeing the will of Marika and fearing the end that should not be it's because America does wish for an end to the age, but what does that mean when she is a god that should have lived a life eternal? I think that goes to show that Gideon wanted to become Elden Lord and potentially perpetuate the Golden Order and keep that struggle going on for eternity, whereas Marika may have wanted oblivion to the Order because it wasn't the Order she envisioned, perhaps, which is a little bit strange because, like, why not just let Deathroot do the thing and, like, take care of it herself? But that might just tie into the whole, like, line of Marika being driven to the brink in the story trailer. We don't exactly know her motivations ever. So, nonetheless, I think Marika did want a new order to get started, or the end of her order to happen, and to just break away from everything that there was before and either get rid of it or begin anew. And Gideon, when he actually touched her will, recoiled because that's not what he's expecting. Because as he said, like, throughout the game, that he thinks Marika wants us to struggle for eternity, which might have been true initially with, like, the whole, like, Curse of the Tarnished and whatnot, but we don't really know. So yeah, I don't think it's Radagon's will, but I get where Smo would think that because Radagon wants to keep things going on, but I feel like Gideon is repudiating what he came into contact with, and I don't think Radagon was pulling a Trixie. The armor makes it seem unambiguous that he saw America's will, but that does make it interesting that he has a different interpretation. Yeah. And to be fair, if Marika is Radagon, I could see, like, arguments going that way, but I just don't read it that way. An end that should not be. She is dead even though she's immortal, should be immortal. An end to the age means an end to the unending quest for knowledge, maybe. That is a very popular thought in the lore community. I really like it, but I don't know. You could probably, like, tie the two hand in hand. It might also be possible that he legitimately believes that you cannot kill a god, and he didn't realize what becoming Elden Lord truly meant when he initially started out his quest. Ponyboy asks, is it possible that Marika wanted to die by the time Gideon touches her will? Yes, it's possible. She is kind of being forced to stay alive to hold on to a ring. Potentially, yeah. We don't really know. I wondered whether or not Marika has actually fractured herself and that she's gone away, and whether or not part of her is Melina. But, of course, that's like some really tinfoil, full-on Pepe, Ofnir lore theorizing territory right there. You can't understand why everyone wants Marika and Ronnie to be heroes. It's because if those two aren't the heroes, then who are the heroes? You know, that's kind of really what it comes down to. You think Marika wanted the first flame to die and to let the Age of the Dark begin? Maybe. If you're not the gold friend, and let the feast begin. I'm the hero. You. Alright. Diving back on in.
We can see that Radagon does quite a lot to prevent his Golden Order from being replaced. A leal hound indeed. But Marika also has her ace in the hole. Us and Hugh. In the end, Radagon couldn't prevent Marika from shattering the Elden Ring. As she reminds him, she is the god form, not he. And in his final battle with us, he also fails to stop us from finally carrying out Marika's wish. We slay the god, and we bring about a new order, whatever that order may be. And thus Marika's revenge on her rogue red-headed half is complete. Before I get to my concluding thoughts on Radagon, I want to address the lore elephant in the room. We touched upon the fact that elements of the Crucible suffered greatly in Radagon's reign, the Omen subjected to a brutal culling or banishment, and the Misbegotten are clearly employed as slaves. The Crucible Scale and Feather Talisman are clear references to the chimeric forms of these creatures, and the description of both leave us in no doubt that these creatures were reviled alongside Crucible Knights and the Omen. However, there are some unusual connections to Radagon that we can't just ignore. In a video called Little Mistakes, Zuli the Witch reveals that internally, the Misbegotten are referred to as children of Radagon. This is even more fascinating when we consider the bright red hair of the lion Misbegottens, as well as the fact that one of their number, a Misbegotten Crusader, wields the Golden Order Greatsword.
Actually, internally they wield the Elden Tree Greatsword. I have visual proof. Leonine. So this is kind of really funny, and I noticed it a long time ago, that in the 1.0 version of the game, the unpatched version of the game, if you fought Radagon's Greatsword having Leonine Misbegotten... Do I not have this labeled properly? Oh no. No, this is not it. What's it called? Aberrant. Okay. Death close-up. I didn't label this well enough, did I? Hopefully this will be good enough. Hey guys, look at the sigil that he's using with that Golden Order Greatsword. Wave of gold with that Erd Tree symbol. Doesn't really matter, I just wanted to show that off. Because every time I think of this dude, I think of the visual differences. Not that it like really matters. So what was he just saying, and why did I distract myself? I don't remember. Hold on, let me back up. Oh, yeah, the Misbegotten and stuff. Let me... Oh, yeah. So the Radagon children idea. So I think the fact that they're called like a chimera is probably just a different way of saying misbegotten, because the Japanese for misbegotten is konshu, which is like a mixed race. So if you have a mixed race, what's a good way to describe that? Chimera, or chimera, however you want to pronounce it. And therefore... you could just have a Radagon chimera, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, they came from Radagon, or maybe they did. Maybe it's something, like, from earlier in development, that Radagon could be, like, Crucible adjacent, which I think would make sense because he would first show up in the time of Godfrey, which I argue is the time of the Crucible during the Age of the Abundance. Drizlam, welcome into the stream. And Methoda, nice to see you again. You knew I was going to do let the feast begin quote. To get really flowery with it, maybe Gideon just misunderstood. Yeah, that's how I feel. The Golden Order is meant to be eternal, so Gideon sees the concept of struggling until the end of the Golden Order as just struggling eternally. Potentially, I think that's a good reading of things, and I do think in Gideon's mind, becoming Elden Lord might not mean like changing order, and he might not have had the original desire to do that, which is a little bit weird, and my man's just a big-ass nerd. Drizlam says, notice that all the Golden Order weapons and incantations are weak in comparison to most others. Perhaps lore-wise, Destined Death being confined weakens the Erd Tree and its order. I think it's a little bit nuanced because the Golden Order stuff is supposed to be like a marriage of two concepts, but in general, I think you're right, and it's probably just more of a balancing issue where they make faith-based stuff a bit weaker in general because it has more utility than like the raw magic stuff. You think once Marika knew Godwyn was doomed, whether she was involved or not, she was done and knew she didn't have her paradise, so she wanted someone to replace her and to make a new age. It's a little bit weird. It's so hard trying to understand the actual motivations of these characters. You think it's because they go through shields and they'd be busted otherwise? Okay. Wait, she divorced Godwin? What? No, I know you meant Godfrey. El Gusto says, it's possible America split off Radagon early in her career so that he could train to become a champion and she could master spiritual powers. She knew when marrying Godwin, you mean Godfrey, that she would divorce him. So, I don't know, because it seems like Radagon would have come later, a little bit later in the timeline than like the War of the Giants, perhaps, but she should have already been married to Godfrey even before the War against the Giants. It's also really weird to me that she calls him Godfrey before the War against the Giants, because that would show that he already had like Sarash taken upon him, and he's no longer Horalu, and that could be like dev oversight, and them just like wanting things to remain obscure. Because for what it's worth, earlier in development, Horalu was also known as Gold Mask, so they probably just switched some names around and didn't really think too much about it. You think she split Radagon early on and was playing the long con? I don't know. And like I said, it's really impossible to understand these characters' motivations, which is just super frustrating.
Personal weapon of Radagon himself. So what is happening here? I did touch upon this in my Hidden Tales lore video, and one thing that I noted there was that the Misbegotten Crusader doesn't wield the sword like a bludgeon, like it simply scavenged the weapon. It appears to wield it with skill, and more importantly, is able to use its Golden Order weapon art, a feat that would require faith.
Not only that, doesn't it require like a decent amount of intelligence? I don't remember. Let me look up Wave of Gold. What's it require? Oh, I just need to look at the sword. Sacred Relic Sword? No, Golden Order Great Sword. That's different. So not Wave of Gold. This one... Huh. I guess it doesn't require any intelligence. I didn't know that. Establish order. That's really interesting. I didn't realize it was pure faith. Okay.
Suggesting that this Misbegotten has faith in the Golden Order and Radagon, enough to wield their incantations. The name Crusader is also interesting, as Crusader is usually a holy warrior, aligned with a religion. Indeed, this is reflected in the Japanese also, as Loki translates this closer to holy warrior or paladin, again suggesting that this Misbegotten isn't just wielding this weapon, it believes in the cause that it represents. So my speculation would be this: Radagon harnessed the raw strength of some of these outcasts and used them as his own muscle, his own holy warriors to enact their will, his slave warriors if you will, even arming the most faithful of these servants with his sword. Then upon the collapse of the Golden Order, this Crusader would flee and lead his people to the consecrated snowfields, a new land where they were welcomed by Lord Mikola. As an alternate appendix, Tarnished Archaeologist suggests a different situation, that this Crusader is instead leading a holy crusade against the Haligtree, and the Misbegotten that can be found in Haligtree Town are not sheltering there, rather they have attacked and murdered the inhabitants of this tree.
Wait, what?
And Tarnished Archaeologist's reasons for believing so require quite a lengthy discussion, so I will instead direct you to that lore video.
Wait, I watched that one? Oh man, yeah, that was like the first one I watched of his, and I hadn't seen like a lot of his other videos, so I was a little bit lost in the sauce. So maybe I should revisit that sometime, but honestly, I don't want to.
In essence, he suggests that they see the creation of a new tree as heresy. But if this was to be the case, I would still believe that Radagon had a hand in their presence here. The fact the Misbegotten Crusader holds the Golden Order Greatsword and is able to use it is far too strong for me. And perhaps if Tarnished Archaeologist's theory is correct, and the Misbegotten are attacking the lands of the Haligtree. Perhaps they were encouraged to do so by Radagon, who saw his son's rival tree as a threat to his own power base. But I will leave it up to you to decide your truth. I believe that this misbegotten crusader is a holy warrior of Radagon's, and that he used them for his own ends. And with that said, I would also like to take a moment to speak about the Red Wolves of Radagon, or the Wolves of the Champion. In my mind, it is clear that these are creations of Radagon. They are named after him, they have his red hair, and they have the ability to use Radagon sorceries. Whether he bred them, genetically engineered them, or created them from scratch is largely irrelevant, as it is clear to me that these beasts were created by Radagon to serve his interests. Let's consider where we find them.
Alright, you guys, are you ready for some cursed lore? You're not gonna like this. So I kind of say this mostly as a joke on the Discord server from time to time because it's kind of hilarious to me to inflict psychic damage on everybody. But as far as like the Red Wolf of Radagon's name goes, we've got a lovely ambiguity in the Japanese. So this is Radagon no Red Wolf. So this no particle is very interesting because it could mean it could be possessive, which would mean like Radagon's Red Wolf or Red Wolf of Radagon, or it could be attributive to make a noun modify another noun and like turn it into an adjective kind of. So is this Radagon's Red Wolf or a Radagon Red Wolf, as in the Red Wolf is Radagon kind of, not like literally Radagon, but just Radagon Red Wolf. And so could Radagon have been a Red Wolf to begin with? Oh no. Enjoy that D20 roll of whatever psychic damage I just caused you. Yeah, why do you think they call him the Leal Hound of the Golden Order?
Following on from the idea we have just discussed and the misbegotten, we also find one of these creatures in the consecrated snowfield, and thus it could be accompanying the misbegotten on their attack on the Haligtree, if you believe this theory, and you could see it as further proof that Radagon has directed the misbegotten to attack the Haligtree, or conversely, if you don't believe this, it could simply be guarding his son like a watchdog. Likewise, I believe the Red Wolf in Caria Manor and Rea Lucaria are there to protect his old family interests, as well as the one found in Moonlight Altar, a prior holding of the Carians. We know from the Raging Wolf set that wolves are the shadow of the Empyrean. Perhaps this is Radagon's attempt to artificially create his own shadows, and perhaps it's an indicator of Radagon getting too big for his boots, that he saw himself as the true leader of the current age, not Marika, and thus he needed his own shadows to play the role of God. Again, speculation of course, but it is hard not to see the similarities between these Red Wolves of Radagon and the Wolves of the Empyrean like Blythe and Malekith. This does make me wonder whether the misbegottens are referred to as the children of Radagon because they are also a creation of his. Radagon is obsessed with the idea of convergence and regression, and these beings are the convergence of many different types of animals in one being. And it may also explain the red hair of the lion misbegotten, which is very reminiscent of the red fur of the Red Wolves of Radagon. Perhaps Radagon was trying to create the perfect servants, and they didn't come out quite as intended. That is wild speculation, of course. I don't know how I feel about this theory, to be honest, as I do really consider the misbegotten to be the natural results of the Age of the Crucible. But it is an interesting idea to ponder, and it isn't impossible to consider that Radagon used the effects of the Crucible to do his own research and experimentation. With all that said, let us now wrap up this video. I believe that Radagon is gone, forever slain by us, and all that remains is the White Queen, the material, the vessel, the crumbling remains of Marika that still acts as the embodiment of the Elden Ring. And without her Red King, she is merely reduced to material, a clay vessel for our newly repaired Elden Ring. It is a really powerful story, a cosmic being created to be the perfect vessel of the Elden Ring, and to enact its will in a physical and philosophical way. while the other half was occupied with being the actual vessel, the god. But Radagon and his other half, while sharing a physical space, very much were their own characters, and this is what led to the downfall of the Golden Order. The perfect god that was meant to oversee the Elden Ring enacted its sabotage. In this way, we can now understand Goldmask's conclusion on the Golden Order and its failings. The mending rune of the Perfect Order reads, "A rune of transcendental ideology which will attempt to perfect the Golden Order. The current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of the gods, no better than men." The form of the rune itself is interesting in that it isn't really a rune at all, rather a barrier, protecting the Elden Ring from the influence of the gods. Goldmask realised the issue with the Golden Order was Radagon's belief that faith could be bridged with knowledge, that while a fundamental and almost mathematical understanding of the Elden Ring was required, so too was a god, so too was faith. Yet it was these gods, this singular rebus, who was meant to be the guardian of the Order, that led to its corruption. It was Marika's grief that led to the shattering of order. It was Radagon's pride that prevented a new order from taking its place. It was the faith and fanaticism instilled by Radagon's fundamentalists that led to the brutal butchery of innocent death-touched individuals, something lamented by Goldmask himself, as the description of order healing reads the following. The noble Goldmask lamented what had become of the hunters. How easy is it for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted in their foolishness was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? And the answer is no. Not if faith and gods were removed from the equation. Had the Golden Order fundamentalists merely been scholars, they would have sought a solution within the Elden Ring itself, much like Goldmask does on his journey. And if you do implement the Perfect Order ending by following the path of Goldmask, Radagon's failure is complete. And this is the real truth of Radagon. I see people naming him as a great villain, and conversely they name Marika as a cold scheming manipulator. But the reality and the issue here is that they were both too human for their purpose. As Loki so poignantly puts.
So yeah, I kind of agree with what Smoughtown is saying here, and it's something that I've been saying for a little bit as well. And yeah, Tyler, welcome back to the stream. Nice to have you again. So for a while, I did wonder whether or not Goldmask's ending would remove free will from people, but I think I've moved past that interpretation into just saying that it's probably him just kind of like making the Golden Order forever, which I think is actually a really, really bad ending because nobody else would be able to mend the Elden Ring. So yeah, moving on.
Radagon was just searching for his own understanding of who he was. Even a being created from a god still needed that understanding of themselves, and thus he looked to the fundamentals of the universe, and his passionate defense of said order is not just a defense of his own power base, but is the defense of a philosophy that was helping him to understand who he was and cope with his existential crisis. For all his godly power and origins, and perhaps because of it, he suffered from the same self-doubt and crisis of identity that any human can. Goldmask was right. The fickleness of gods no better than men indeed. Radagon was a champion, he was a leader, he was a philosopher, who shaped the cultural and religious landscape of the lands between, arguably more than Marika ever did. He was her other half, but in time he became her opposite. If perfection cannot be found in a rebus, perhaps it cannot be found anywhere, even in Goldmask's perfected order, or perhaps it does exist, in the balance of two twins, one of red hair and one of white, who instead of being forced to coexist, make the choice to work together for the betterment of each other and for all other outcasts. using their strengths to shelter the other's weaknesses.
That feels like a very big reference to some very much cut content there. Yeah, I don't necessarily know about the Mikola and Melania angle of things. I think the true issue with Marika and Radagon, obviously, is that they linked the flame. They wanted their age to persist artificially beyond when it was supposed to have ended, and in so doing are creating like a lot of suffering by turning people into effective hollows, like the same way Gwyn turned humans into hollows, but maybe like a little bit different in how they executed their plans, but generally similar effects with people losing their minds. The god with the human heart is no longer necessary. That's obviously about Marika. Houseplant thinks it's ironic. These humans made choices to change the ring, and that was bad. I, a human, will make the choice that no one can change the ring, and change it to do so. Good point right there with the hypocrisy of Goldmask. Well, yeah, he's definitely a hypocrite in that regard, but I think it's because he believes the fundamentals of the religion to be perfect and beyond him. So he's like, hey, idiots, you had the winning formula all along. Just stick with the plan and it'll be good. But it wasn't good. Kolo says, people get too obsessed with the symbolism of alchemy in the lore community. It's not these humans, it's this god with the human heart that keeps changing the order, so let's stop her. Yeah. In their defense, the game was obsessed with rings and symbols first. That's why you like the Frenzied Flame ending? There's no debating the end of that game when it's all up in flames? Yeah.
So thanks guys, that is my take on Radagon, the champion and philosopher of the Golden Order. Please consider giving this video a like if you enjoyed it, and if you are not already subscribed and you like Elden Ring lore, then please do. I have hours and hours of content for you to enjoy. But let me know your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think I got wrong? Where do you disagree? And what are your thoughts on the general thesis that we presented today? As well as letting me know what you'd like me to cover next. I am thinking Radahn or a general story overview. But until next time guys, I will see you in the streets of Leyndell. Take care and have a wonderful evening.
Ew, he's a Leyndell enjoyer? I'm joking. So yeah, another very good video by Smoughtown. Obviously, I have some of my disagreements here and there, but honestly, I wasn't disagreeing a lot with his video as much as just kind of like giving alternate perspective on things that he was covering. I think like the biggest disagreement that I had was about like Gideon looking into Marika's will, but kind of being duped by Radagon instead, which is, I mean, obviously a disagreement, but it's fairly small, all things considered. And some of the other stuff that I was more apprehensive about was still open to interpretation in terms of like the timeline, especially as it related to Tarnished Archaeologists' interpretation of events. But nonetheless, I still enjoyed this video a lot. It had a lot of insight that was worth sharing. So let's go ahead and copy and paste it into the chat. And Titan, thanks for reminding people to like my streams as well. Those will always help me out, and I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, we went way over time today, just because it's really hard for me to gauge how much time I'm going to react to some of these videos. Like some of them, I go through them a lot quicker than I thought, and then others, they take a lot longer. I should have known to put the other video after Smoughtown, so that way if I went over with Smoughtown, I could just reschedule the other one. But anyway, yeah, that'll be it for me for tonight. I will be going live again, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, tomorrow, Thursday, today technically, and I probably will not be going live on Friday just so I could do the day one Destiny 2 raid and or potentially Saturday. So just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up for the next couple days, live again today/tomorrow, Thursday, and off Friday, potentially off Saturday. So keep that in mind. Hopefully we'll see you guys again on the next stream. Take care, stay safe. Last Protagonist out.